Hello and welcome everyone. Oh, these days go by so fast. I, it only feels like I just sat down. I gotten away from the game store. I still haven't even had time to start unpacking the loot. Yes, I gained loot. I went to just play games for free. Ended up leaving with a lot of loot. Although I ended up paying for stuff as well. They got sprays. I got whole 2 cans of spray paint. I am happy. Like, one is actually white, which I have been in so desperate need. It's not the white color I need, but it's one, so I can do certain things with it. Like, most buildings, it's fine. Many units, it's fine. And then I got a golden one. I just really have to hope that that one works, because it's gonna take multiple weeks before I can get to try it. And if it's a foul patch, which is metallic sometimes, the patches are foul, I don't think I'm gonna get another one. And with that store, I'm not sure how they're gonna handle it, because they might just do the thing what Games Workshop would want you to do, that they would take that and give me another one. But I doubt they're gonna have another one to give me in such a long time. It's just gonna be forgotten, and I'm a lot of money down, especially since the gold one costed almost double, as it should. Because they updated things. And I really hope that that also means that they changed how the metallic sprays work. As if not, I'm going shenanigans. Oh well. Let's actually start up the game. It feels like an eternity since we last played. I haven't had time this week to even play the Great Ace Attorney. Like, I'm so close to the end, I think. Like, I bet it's most likely like an hour or two at least, but still so close to the end. But then it's the thing, when I get to the end of that, what game do I switch to? Because there's multiple Pokemon titles now which I haven't finished, like completely finished. So I guess I can just roll die and return to one of those. Or start playing even less on the Switch and play more on PC. My backlog is massive. But I haven't been in the mood of playing anything from the backlog in ages. But what I really should do is to get way more on the painting, because I really, like, I'm actually moving a couple of the models to the base right now. There we go. As I checked, for my Death Guard army, like a list that is 2,000 points, I'm only missing like 10 models. Like, I need to paint 10 more models and then that's done. The tanks had such a huge, part to it. And other demon engines have been painted ages ago. Like, I wish that they added a unit that's, well, a Warp Smith, but for Death Guard. Because I accidentally have a Demon Engine Death Guard army. I didn't mean to, but I have one now. I wanted to do a Poxwalker one, but they really nerfed that. It's impossible to do now. Oh well, let's get on to the actual topic and with the game. I don't know. Like, not much really happened. Yeah, like, the way the old man acted really made things just confusing. Like this, like how the trial ended, we would in reality be in a situation where things cannot really move back or forth. And like, since it has been such a long time, since like it's been weeks since the actual thing happened, wasn't it? Like weeks, at least a couple weeks. Like real investigation cannot happen anymore. So in these kind of situations in the US, they just say, well, we can't prove it, but we can't unprove it, so I guess we're just gonna keep on detaining you because, well, the papers are already set for that, so let's just go with that. While over here, they could just raise their hands and say, well, we cannot prosecute you. We are gonna keep you as being a murderer, but we cannot do anything about it, so you're free to go. And there have been cases, a lot of cases, where it's known by all that the person was a murderer. There was just not enough evidence. Too much time passing, too many conflicting testimonies, and most of them just due to human error. So an actual murderer has gotten scotch-free. It's sickening to think about how many cases there are where an actual murderer gets scotch-free, and how many cases are there when a innocent person gets the capital punishment. Over here, capital punishment hasn't existed in like how long? Like, was it? Like it was ended officially, at least when the independence happened, but well, there were wars and all sort of other things, so it has technically happened after that, but officially, I think that was the point where it was officially disbanded. It was disbanded in a way earlier than that. So, but Civil War is usually the place where it doesn't matter where you are, capital punishment just suddenly arrives and sweeps like half of the population. Not everywhere, but technically in most places, one way or another. But let's go to less grim situations, and let's start with Gumshoe. I think it's usually a good idea to start with Gumshoe. And the fact that they are still chained together. Like, they're supposed to be a positive role model. Why showcase marriage with a, you know, chained up? Aha, this is one of the details which I didn't remember. Like, I remember that one, like someone over here, I didn't remember it being the chief, but someone here was told about a pen pal, but I didn't remember the name being anywhere close to that. And let's actually take a picture of it. I can't get the joke. Like, I can understand the ending, but what specific thing it's referring to? Because like at that point, multiple things were going on, but what specific? There has to be a meaning to it. But let's move on. No. No, you can't just pause an internet game. Online game. Bleh. Here's the annoying thing going on with me right now. I have the urge to actually open and see what kind of figure I just gotten for free, because I was given a promotional figure. From what I understand, those things, like some stores sell those things while others give them for free. I didn't even know that there was more than one store that like got those figures. And I know that they sold them for like 30 euros. Even though I seen them on eBay for like 5. But anyway, I was just given one of those for free. And like all the other hoods, I want to browse and go through them, but I also want to play. And there's a stream, but I also want to paint. Like today, for some reason, I'm super scatterbrained and super energetic about being scatterbrained. This is a rare situation, but it happens sometimes. I bet everyone gets that occasionally. But anyway, let's see if some things over here changed. Like, based on what everyone just said, I think they should explain the situation a bit. Right? Yeah, and if it's like, is it always? Is it the same thing in this game? So original. Yes. Like, like children's mascots shouldn't have that kind of thing, you know. It shows bad values, you know. It doesn't matter that they are police mascot. You still shouldn't, you know, chain married couples. not literally nor sentimentally. Although I don't know a single married couple, and I'm talking about from a younger generation. So about my age or younger. Or a tad older, but not much. I don't know a single married couple in that age group that they don't have at least one like instance really chaining their things together. And I mean it in a bad way. Like it's always either one's parents, in some worse occasions both of their parents, where they're like really breathing into their necks. And like, you need grandchildren, you need more grandchildren, things like this. And that has a very bad effect to their marriage. Like I see it way too often. But since with most of them I have never even met, in some instances I never even met the parents. Or never have any interaction with them, so like there's nothing I can really do except just say that it does endure, you know. In some rare occasions where I know the parents from something, like some library events or something, like there have been something where I have been in a same room doing something as they are, or like an art exhibit or something like that, and got to know them from that side. It gets even more awkward when like I know what they say in private to their kids, but they play it completely different, like face to face. So, don't they... Is there no lines about like the thing? No, There's nothing about the thing what's happening. I remember that they would have explained it in some manner. But no, there's nothing. All of that was like what we have already seen. Weird. Well, let's go to the detention center. Wait, don't tell me this was one of the occasions where I have to talk to Maya about everything before I can do anything. It's so rare that it happens, but I guess it has. Or wait. Oh yeah, I get the other places from here. Well, let's see the other places first. At least we get unique non-dialogue at the beginning, if it's the case. Nope, we actually get to go forward. I just remembered that things happen at both of the previous locations before something happens here, but seemingly my memory was wrong a bit. But small details like this are so easy to forget. And well, Gumshoe is already here. Like, I remember that he was there and then comes over here, but you know. That disgusting thing. I don't remember how extensively did I talk about that meal last time. Like, it was at this place, so 2 episodes ago. But it's wrong in so many levels. Makes me want to uneat, because like, I have eaten a meal before, and that's like where my time went before the stream. Let's just say it was a tad too light, maybe. But since I was already carrying so much stuff from the game store, I didn't really buy that much food stuff, and I expect to go to the city center on Saturday anyway, so I expect to do more groceries then. Well, what can you say? Like, how did you get mixed up in this? That's the thing. And it's only the second thing, but let's talk about the trial first. Yeah, isn't it funny? I find it so awkward to even be in, like, you know, these situations. In a virtual non-relationship. Like, fictional characters. And it not going anywhere. It's still getting awkward at this point already. And I have 0 memories. Does it go anywhere? Like, in the future? Are there mentions? If someone remembers, please tell me, because I cannot remember at all how it's gonna go by. And it's not a spoiler that we get her off the hook. Like, come on, it happens in every case. There isn't a case where it doesn't happen. Because they would be dead if we didn't. Always capital punishment on everything. And how many times have it has gone that way? Like, she's getting manic. Like, hate. And then when her eyes are open, she's like, "Oh, he's been this way to me the whole time." And like, "Oh, I feel bad. I should make up for it." But then again, hate, 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 hate. None of this is Gumshoe's fault in any way. And what can Gumshoe do here? Nothing. Like, I can understand Gumshoe in this. Like, $20 for that meal. If it was only 20, as I remember it being much, much more, it's actually quite little for what it is. But how it's made, I wouldn't even pay 5. Even if it would taste good. I wouldn't, because it's made in such a dangerous way. You know? But I can fully understand Gumshoe, because I have been in a very similar situation multiple times, even though I haven't been the one paying, but I have been the one eating and receiving. So like eating something very expensive, and then like as how it is, and like going that, can I say that it actually sucks? Like when it has actually have been, because like especially when it has been like a gift meal, or like a celebratory meal of some sort. Like, can I really just say that, oh yeah, this sucks, we should have just gone to the freaking kebab place or the grill? And, well, no, in 90% of the cases that would have been a better option anyway, but still. Like, how can, like, when you can actually say that something just sucks, and not only the fact that people will say that, oh, you are just such a huge commoner, just a pleb, your taste buds are nothing. No. I have eaten so many different types of foods from around the world. I have traveled a lot, and I can just honestly say when something is bad. But like when it's a different situation when you can actually say it without, and when you have to go really teetering tottering and hint about it. Because in most places, if it's super expensive, it's almost always bad. They're just going with the name. It's a very common thing for chefs that if their name gets recognition, they will become assholes almost instantly. It's not just a thing you see in movies and TV shows. It happens. Fame gets to people's head so easily. And when that happens, quality goes down like hell. And the prices go up like hell as well. Both the restaurant and the customers. It's like I have seen far many times. This is in documentaries. I fortunately haven't been in a situation that I've been eating in any of those restaurants, but with many restaurants, especially in the US, if a chef gets their head up their ass for getting too many praises, they will start using far too expensive materials for the foods. Like real gold, for instance. There is edible gold, which isn't nearly as expensive as it's sold as. But there are still those chefs that use actual factual gold, like non-edible gold. Because it's fancy, I must use real gold on this. And that makes things unedible. It's horrible. you don't want to form a freaking gold nugget in your stomach. You can get into a lot of troubles with that. People have died to it. And, well, it just keeps happening. Yeah. Gumshoe came to the understanding, because the people he's talking to know it's horrible. He can legit just go on and state that, yep, you're right, this is horrible. But how the hell is Gumshoe supposed to pay for the meal? He's multiple times said that he doesn't even have money for, you know, packet of noodles, just the noodles. And now he's paying $20 for a meal. And yeah, it's super hard to admit when you paid more that it's worse. Hey, there have been times when I have paid more for a meal as well. I just feel like, yep, this is far worse. Like, when I have gotten money as a gift, I have sometimes splurged and gone to eat somewhere. Like, I have gone to this sushi buffet, for example, and it's super good, but after it, I have felt really bad in some occasions, and it's just due to the fact that I've eaten way too much rice and way too fast. It's like buffets have been built in a way that they want you to get in, but then they want to get you out super fast. They will do everything so that happens. So in a situation like that, it makes me think, always made me think that, like, with this amount of money, I could have actually gotten to McDonald's and eaten 3 times. And then it feels really bad, because one meal, like one very good meal versus 3 good meals. It's like, And it's not like the buffet is enough. Like, it doesn't matter how much you eat. It's still not enough to be like the only thing you eat that day. So it would be fun if we could just get into a state of the world where like buffets aren't a thing anymore, but instead you would have those tables and it's like, just take as much as food as you can carry with you for that price. Because then it would become value. Like, I would take packets of sushi and just like eat a little bit of sushi every day for like a week. Because you can make them last for a week easily. With certain preparations, that is, yeah. Would be nice. Of course, it would not be profitable at all, so it's never gonna happen, but one can dream, one can dream. Like, I also remember how funnily it was. Like, it was clearly stated at that buffet that if you want to take some sushi with you, you can, but it would cost €1 per piece. And then it's like, the way how many people eat there, it would be cheaper that they would just take that sushi with them with that price. But the way I eat, it wouldn't be anywhere close. Because they also have like Chinese foods, sometimes even Korean. Like, there is random assortment of Asian warm foods other than the sushi. I eat that more than the sushi. Like, the sushi is kind of like a dessert. Well, 50-50. Say, not more. 50-50. But still. I have no memory how many things we need for that radio, so let's see. Can we actually solve it already? It's just a single lock. It makes sense for Gumshoe to act like that, because it's never good when Phoenix goes into this. Like, others don't know about the locks, but you can still, like, understand that you're being grilled for something. So, didn't we? Yes. It's the ticket, right? Because, like, it's easy to guess. It's about the lottery. So I think the ticket is the only thing. So I'm gonna present it. Yep, there we go. There isn't anything else related to the lottery. And who is surprised that Gumshoe tries lottery? Gumshoe is the person to fall for lottery. Like, yeah, there is a chance for you to win big, but the odds are so heavily stacked in your favor. Like, lottery is only good when you enjoy it as like a kind of like a sport. It's like a thing that you would do now and then. Like, no way you should ever do it like every week. No way. Even if you enjoy it, every week if you do it, it's gonna get so expensive. You would save the money you spend on the lottery. Like, you would save enough, like, not spending the money on the lottery to get the thing you would get if you would won. Like, we aren't talking about like $1 million house or anything, because that's a thing that people would get, certainly, but it's not, like, almost never it's the first thing. The first thing that people get, it's always something like a TV, a computer, or a car, something smaller, something that they just go and just get it. In most cases it is a car. But yeah, so if you would save money instead of buying the lottery, you could easily get that car. Well, not easily, but like eventually. Computers and other things like that, even more certainly. In a year, two, depending on how much the lottery does cost, because there's so many different types of it. And Gumshoe saying that he won 50 cents. I think that goes along with the lottery laws in the US, where you can have your winnings to be less than what you spend. Because over here, the minimum like winning has to be the amount you pay. And it's funny how they have like made scratch tickets to work in a way that if the scratch ticket costs €1, the minimum win is €1. But they always state that half of the tickets win. And when you start counting, that if half of the tickets have a win on them, wouldn't that make it very likely that if you just buy a bunch, you're gonna win? Like, gain profit? No. Because if you actually go behind, like, twist it around, because they also have to state the numbers. They have the numbers of how many tickets are being printed, like for that scratch off thing, and how many is what kind of win. And usually it goes in a manner that, like, if the scratch off ticket was €1, then like remember that only half, so 50% are wins, and then like 90% of the wins is the €1 win, so you get your money back of that one ticket. So it's 50-50 to get your money back, and then like a tiny fraction of that 50-50 is gonna be that you gain more. And that's where the money comes from. Like, the only like situation where those scratch-off tickets don't make a profit is if someone managed to get the big win and they don't sell the tickets. Because there have been rare occasions where there have been like a limited time of a scratch-off ticket, like based on an event or something. Like, oh, there's only 100,000 of these tickets now, something like that. And someone won the jackpot, like, very soon, and it gets publicized. But oh, this random dude just on their way home, like, from fueling their car, bought a scratch ticket, and now they're a millionaire. Suddenly people don't want to buy that ticket anymore. Those are like the only situations where they don't make money. And a lot of money. But even in those situations, the losses are quite minimal. Because it's never millions. Like, best I know from a scratch-off ticket have been like 500,000. I think that has been the best. And that was for one that costed like 10 euros a pop. Something like that. So the margins aren't anywhere close to as like actual lottery. But oh yeah, the thing which I was supposed to say ages ago about the lottery itself. If like the proper way to do the lottery is that you enjoy like the thrill of the game and love like choosing the numbers and watching like intense from the TV when they like read the numbers, things like that, like the things around it, the act of actually playing the game, then it's fine. Do it like once a month, twice a month, it's fine. It's a game. You're playing to play a game where you might occasionally win. But when it's like your hope, it's there like one hope that maybe one day I will win and then I will just quit my job and move somewhere far away, and like, no, it's not gonna happen in those situations. The likelihood is so much against you. You cannot sink your hope into lottery like that. And unfortunately for most, it is like that, so yeah. Unfortunately, it's a very common thing. And I was checking the message while that was, and I was saying that as well. Well, let's see. Do we have someone in the kitchen? Like, well, you know, like, there are so many people that love the series, and they're always like, they have the hots for the prosecutor, most cases the prosecutor, some for Phoenix. The only character that gets close for me in the series is her. Like, I love the way she does the threats like this, and overall how menacing her aura is. I just love it so much. What can I say? Like, there is always the thing. Raw meat tastes better, but it's not healthy to eat. You don't ever want to eat meat raw. That's just the thing. There's always a very big danger of some sort of parasite or bacteria. So best thing is to learn how to season very well, so you can actually get even more flavor out of the meat. Because when you're cooking it, if you season it in a correct manner, you can unleash worlds of taste that you would have never imagined before. I'm big on seasoning things. Phoenix, I get you, I get you. I'm I'm just happy that I knew what was gonna happen, so I averted my eyes to a non-screen located place in my apartment. But to be honest, if I don't want to see anything on my screen right now, I would have to turn 180 degrees, at least. Because on the TV, there is the stream. On the main screen, there is the game. On the second screen, there's the OBS where you can see the game. And then if I look at the window, it's reflecting the TV. So it's the screen again. I don't know how it's reflecting the TV so well, even. It's uncanny. It's not normal like that. I guess the lighting condition is, it's abnormal. Let's say I have a very bright lighting going in here right now, and it's dark outside, but there is still a lot of outside lights, so I don't know. Lighting situation seems that odd overall. Anyway, let's continue. I'm just super distracted by everything today, aren't I? This was supposed to be a short stream. Well, I think we get a new world if we present Maggie at this point. Yep, we should get another word. Well... That kinda sounded like a hint, but it's not gonna go anywhere. Seasonings. I pressed a table. Not even a table. A desk. Work desk. Workspace. More synonyms for this thing, please. But to be honest, the way it's shaped and the way these handles are presented, it more reminds me that it is not actually meant to be a workstation, but a coffin freezer. Like one of those industrial ones where you lift up the entire roof of it. Instead of it being on hinges, you lift it. Some restaurants use those. Well, quite many restaurants use those actually. I don't get what's the point in those, because they are usually way less ecological. They spend more energy. I know they are better at keeping things frozen. Even if you lose power, it's gonna keep frozen for longer unless the top has damage, which they tend to get occasionally. so But I guess the idea is that like it requires less space, and they can stack things on top of there. Because if this would be a hinged one, having this amount of stuff on top could already start to damage it. I'm not joking. That's a couple kilos at most. Like, let's say this is about 1.5 liters. This is about the same. That over a liter. That most likely is something more thick. So let's say it's a kilo or two most. Then very negligible, almost not noticeable. Still, many like lid, like hinge opening freezers. The tops are quite easy to damage. So even this could start forming a dent, and that's bad. But the liftable ones, they can sometimes survive if another one of their kind is put on top. They're kind of designed to be durable. And, well, they don't have hinges that get damaged, so makes sense. Wasn't this same line as last time, though? Yeah, all the same, because we removed the different one last time. No mention of that at all. That's weird. Like, sometimes game remembers to like remind you that you have taken something or something was differently here, but sometimes it's just like things were never different, things were never odd. It is pain. It's pain to read. You would have to give me a couple gift subs in order for me to read that out loud. It was enough of a pain to just like read in your mind. Lace curtains are the worst thing to have in a kitchen. Like all the grease, all the dust, like everything just forming up into them, and like, I get like pain enough by watching this in a game. Like I get way less pain like playing or looking at a horror game where somebody has to like amputate their limb or like freaking butcher someone and eat them, you know, like all those horror game situation, like kitchens, like everything is rusty, everything is broken apart. That gives me less like horror vibes and bad feelings and like disgust than looking at this kitchen, really. Like, my feelings get worse and worse every time I see it. Because like, only imagine in real life how horribly all of this would work. Like, no. But there's the thing. There are foods that, you know, smell really good but taste bad, or even some that smell good but taste like nothing. And then there's also the opposite. There are things that smell really bad but taste good, and they always fuck you up so much because half of your taste is based on the smell. So I can only imagine the things that smell very bad but taste super good, how much better would they taste if they also smelled good? Like, that's something. Only if it could be tested in a actual pure method. Because adding good smells to a bad smell, it's not easy. You can try to cover it, but usually that leads into worse of a situation because you get overstimulated, overreactive to the thing that's covering the bad smell, and then you are gonna notice the bad smell. So it's double the worst. Way worse. Just the bad smell. Like, you're just piling on all the good things, really, Maya. It's rare that you're actually so much on the nose about things. You know? But why do we get a flashback so soon? Like, I can understand it in a way that, because like, when you originally enter here, you can just skip, not like reading at all. So you're gonna miss the context. So leaving this line here allows you to, you know, reread it, see what she said. But it kind of feels so foolish because it just happened and we already get a flashback to it. Like, it's super weird, you know? I will just send a message and I'm confused. So yeah. More things to deal with after the stream. That piece of evidence. Wait, was this the point where I was supposed to? Wait, where is it? Oh, yes. They're pouring so many good things to her, but well, I would think that they would literally slice him up and serve him as a meal if he had someone to like be served to. But they really like show that he's quite alone, so they wouldn't bother about actually making him into a meal. And thank you, Goran. The water is... It's very bad today. Bleh. Very bad. I know that they really wanted that you would have this French thing going, but it's so hard to see if someone called to be a tiger that it's done in non-Spanish way. I can only see it in Spanish. It's so much ingrained to me that it just has to be in Spanish. Even in anime, they put it the Spanish way usually. So it's way too ingrained to my mind now. And geez, I barely speak the language and it's what I have on my name. So, in Spanish, I mean, like half of the name is in Spanish. But, like, even Armstrong has no difficulty telling Phoenix and the tiger apart, but has the decency to notice that, oh, yeah, spiky hair. This makes everyone at the courthouse look even more foolish, because they couldn't tell the difference. Like, Jesus. Like, I guess in Ace Attorney world, I would just shave my head and I could totally pass for the judge. Just judge everything as I please. Just call every court just to happen immediately. Oh, they didn't arrive, well, sentence. And nobody would bat an eye. Most likely, even the judge would just let it by and think that, oh, I just forgot that I did that. Like, why hasn't anyone done that? Let's just say that there are situations in future games where people are pretending to be someone else. Why nobody tries to be the judge? That would be the best place to try to infiltrate. You know? Especially how they are always letting, like, judges and freaking prosecutors from far away to just take the spot if they want when they're visiting. Like, you could just say that, oh, I'm a visiting judge, can I take this case? And they would just let you. They would just fucking let you. Okay, let's go to the square. And look what we find here. A scooter. in normal situation, Phoenix, what would we do here? Like, why would we come here? Even not to talk to him. That's the thing. Because there haven't been anyone here other than him. So... But, well, there is just the scooter in the middle of the park now. But let's see if some of the playground things have something different. I don't think they have, but let's see. Maybe some do. Iron fillings. I never even considered doing that. And now I feel like I wasted time. I could have been searching for magnetic things in a sandlot when I was younger. Like, I have had an industrial magnet. I still have it. It is strong. It is strong enough that I can put one piece on the other side, like on top, like almost to my hand, and the other piece under my hand, and it will remain there, like on both sides of my hand, even if I start waving my hand. It's that strong. But, well, it's not electrical, so it's easy to use. But the thing which is meant to be used is that you put one piece on one side of a wooden plank, the other one to the other side of the wooden plank. They would align themselves because it's a magnet, and there's a hole in the middle, so you can drill through it. It's a very convenient tool, but I bet my dad just let me keep it because the hole in the middle wasn't that big. So it kind of misses its mark. What about the lemon lime? Like, winning a game of tic-tac-toe is not something to boast, you know? Like, in most occasions, because I have seen that being a thing with younger kids. That they really mock someone, that they never win, they always lose at things. But then when you start to look at the situation forming, you see that they play tic-tac-toe. It's always 3x3, and the person who always loses is always forced to go second. And kids not understanding that there is just a direct way, which it doesn't matter are you first or second, you can make sure that if you're first, you can guarantee that you are gonna win if your opponent doesn't know their part, which they can then force to make it a tie. So it usually ends up that the person who always loses don't know that tactic, so they just lose every time because they go second. And they just get stuck with it. Just keep the logic. Old maid. Goron, are you still there? Old maid. What type of game is that? Because I do recall hearing that name. I might know the game, like in another name. Something that's translated over here. You have any idea what kind of game is Old Maid? Because I can't recall it ever being explained to me. Now it's starting to seem like Phoenix is trying to twist the thing around. Because it doesn't sound like a thing you want to be in a game, you know? But Maya said it's a good idea. So what type of game is it? I'm just more and more confused. And these pigeons are stuffed. They have no legs. Like, a pigeon cannot hide their legs in that manner. Like, completely. Because many of these pigeons, like that one, that one, that one, that one, many are like in a standing up position, yet their legs are completely invisible. They can't do that. They need to be like in a sitting down position to completely hide their toes. Yeah, like a dove is a symbol of peace, and a pigeon is a symbol of tourism. No joke. It is like stated historically that pigeons started to become an actual issue with tourism. So places where there have been ancient tourism has a huge quantity of pigeons. And places that only started getting tourism later don't have that much. One good example is when you look at UK. Look at old big cities. From everything I've been shown, the pigeon problem is fierce. And it's not just about people alone, because there are big cities in Europe that doesn't have pigeon problem because they never had tourism in a way. They don't have a trash build up, they don't have people eating outside in that manner, so it just doesn't encourage pigeon population that much. Like, for example, over here, there are big cities that don't have pigeons because they don't have that type of like restaurants and things that tourists usually want to use. There isn't that kind of trash build-up. They just don't like it. Meanwhile, seagulls have become a huge nuisance. They don't care. They go in a 5-star restaurant, fly into the kitchen and take food. They don't care is there tourism or not. They just spread and sow terror. Hey, Jordan, I wouldn't think it to be a good idea to prove that a pigeon was the murderer if I'm gonna eat the pigeon. Then I would be put on the trial because I ate the murderer. They don't take notice that it's an animal. It's a bird. They would still trial me for murder. But yeah, there wasn't anything that new, so let's go with the scooter. But yeah, Gordon, since you're back, Odd Maid, what type of game is that? Can you explain? So it is a common game. Like, I bet that it's a game. Yeah, like, I bet it's a game that I have played at some point as well. But since I don't know like the type of game it is, I don't know what the game is called over here, so I can't be sure. But the fact what confuses me is that Phoenix said that let the one who's the made last to win. I can't recall games where if you are last, that could be a winning situation. Because in almost every child game, like games, like with tag and things like that, it's usually the one who's it is, you know, the loser. You want to get rid of that status. So, confusion. But let's enter the tender lender. This place looks so much upbeat now than what it used to. But jeez, it looks so much more, like, better than before. It looks way more grimy and way more toned down in the originals. And original trilogy as well. Okay. What? Left with a single card? It's a card game? What? I didn't expect it to be a card game. Yeah, then there is a good likelihood that I haven't played it. Because, well, card games weren't a thing children do, you know. Then I can't be sure. Then I can't be sure at all. Remove a queen? Now it's becoming weirder and weirder. Because like I can't remember any card games where like having a single card is a bad thing. Because I can only like remember a couple of games where having a single card in your hand is a good thing, but usually you win by having none. But when you have have one card, you're close to winning. Kind of like with the Uno. Which reminds me, because Uno actually has an official sequel called Dos. How is that played? Do you always play two cards at once? So instead of you yelling Uno, when you have one card, you yell Dos, because you can just play two on your turn? Wait, but there's supposed to be 4 queens. If you remove one queen, like, there's still 3 queens left. So now I'm even more confused if you just remove one queen. Or is it like the beginning of a thing? Huh. Oh, so you need to make pairs of cards, and the queen is gonna be the thing that's left. I see, I see. Now I'm starting to form understanding of the game. I don't recall that I have ever played a game like that. With normal playing cards, the most common game which we played, and I kid you not, it's called Shit Pants. I don't know why it's called that. That's what it's called. If you translate the name, it's literally just pants and shit, with the shit first and pants after that. And the idea in that game is that you're gonna try to get your hands free of cards. And, for some reason, even though it's called Shit Pants, the thing is that when someone gets, all of their cards in their hands, off, that they don't have any cards left, then the people that are still remaining in the game count how many cards they have, and that's the number of legs they have. I don't know why, but that's just how the game works for some reason. Why it goes to legs. kind of feels like it's supposed to be a, you know, a softening version, even though the game is called shit pants. Maybe they actually mean that it's supposed to be the number of shits you have in your pants, but somebody wanted to shift it around to be more, like, decent, but they still left the name of the game as it is. I don't understand why, but I know a couple of games where you try to make pairs or families and you can ask your opponent for cards. One of those games is actually called Families. And it was a super fun game. I used to play at my grandma's a lot. Like, at my grandma's and one of the aunts I have. I played there a lot. But sadly, the game is completely, like, lost. You can't find it in like, it used to be a game which you could buy at every bookstore. But nowadays you can't buy it at all, because it's stated that the game is racist. Because in that game, there is one card that doesn't have a family. And it describes a black person. Yeah, it's very bad to have like that. It is very old-fashioned. It is kind of racist to have it like that. But there are other old games where they edited the racism out. Why instead like remove the game entirely, saying that it's a racist thing? How about edit that one aspect, which is the bad thing, off from it? Like, you could change that card to be anything else. For some reason, with Star of Africa, they were like, oh, these robbers, which were always stated to be white people, by the way, just with a mask. They were sort of like, yeah, these robbers aren't a fine thing. You cannot describe that they are people that want to rob you. Instead, let's have this tiger. Or was it a jaguar? Oh wait. It was one of the bigger cats, but I can't remember which one was it, because I don't have that version of the game. It's still... I think it was a jaguar. So... or a cheetah. I can't remember. I remember that it's like a wrong type of a big cat to even be there, but it still is there. Anyway, like, for some reason, it's wrong to show that there are people that want to rob you, but it's okay to show that there is a big cat that, instead of wanting to kill you, or slash eat and kill you, or kill and eat you, depending on circumstances, they just want to take all your money, and then you can just leave. It's like, huh? Wouldn't it be normal, especially how the game is based in the past, to showcase that, hey, there is a race trying to find this big diamond somewhere in Africa, to showcase that there were people that, instead of trying to spend their money in trying to dig for that gem, they wanted to try to steal it from someone who found it. Because even this day there are people that, instead of digging for gems, steal gems from those that dig for them. And there is a very good reason that almost every, you know, sizable gemstone out there has a lot of blood spilled for them, so yeah, you don't want to be in gemstone business nowadays. And not for a long time, like, only when gemstone business became a thing, so we are talking about Middle Ages, ancient Rome, Greece, during those times, then it could, like, it was better, but it was still bad, and it just gotten worse and worse and worse. So to be honest, there's just more and more things which you just don't want to be involved in. Like the fields. You don't want to be in the gem business. It's very unethical. You don't want to be in the chocolate business. Because fucking hell, the crimes committed in the chocolate business. And I could continue this list for like hours. It's easier to find things where you're like the fields that you are completely safe in than fields where you're completely fucked in. Like, well, not easier to find, but easier to list, I mean. And yeah, there is the suit. Cake. Cake. I can't remember the last time I had cake. If you don't count 2 weekends ago. Because, well, I was at a birthday party, so there was cake. What were those things called even in English? It's this show about, like, it's dogs. One is a police and the other one looks like a fireman. It's some sort of kids show. The cake was like, they had a picture of those things. I don't know kids shows that well nowadays, so... Anyway, it was okay cake, but... Let's just say I don't enjoy being at birthday parties. Especially when it's for someone I'm related to. Because I'm very, very, very rarely have something to do with my family. Like, outside of the, like, core family. So it's always just super awkward. But look at this. That reminds me of an USB symbol more than, you know, the actual thing. Like, compare. Like, Libra? USB! And now, I didn't remember that we actually get it as a piece of evidence. But yeah. Now you can make the comparisons even easier. It's clearer defined. Although, yeah, it is a tad cheap made. All things considered. But then there's this cardboard. Like, it kind of feels like we did just cut, like you had taken scissors from a cardboard box that has like 2 layers onto it, and that's why it has this like friggle here. Then you just taken a marker and draw some lines, a circle, a USB symbol. It should be very easy, but to be honest, because like look where it's located. It's just high up there in the suit. It would be easy to fake having a real one by just quickly showing I have something here and then like moving your body in a way that it cannot be seen anymore. And most people would just accept, oh yeah, they had a mock. Because there have been situations where I've been at an event and they give like participants a pin that you put like over your heart, and then they also give a pin to the staff. Well, not a pin, but like a name tag. And the amount of times when like I've quickly gone by someone with the pin, and they like noted it being a name tag, another pin, just because I went by them quickly, not even trying to fake it. People are easy to fool. Let's just say. The huge Darumaka. Or was it just Daruma? I remember that there is Ka in the end of it. Am I just mixing up it too much with the Pokemon? But the fact that both of its eyes have been colored in, and it's still here. Oh, yeah, they're talking about that. I was like, huh? It doesn't have a yellow thing, but yeah. It's that. It's a Shoki piece. A giant Shoki piece. But was that actually the key? Like, my knowledge of Shoki is very, very bad. Like, unfortunately, I really don't know how to play Shogi, like, from the scratch. No Go. No... Well... What was the third game called again? Can't even remember what was the third game called now. Damn it. But yeah, 15,000. To be honest, this country being so dependent on private cars, you legitimately cannot live here unless you at least know someone with a car of their own and can sometimes get rides. It's just impossible. Even when I'm living here in the big city, I still occasionally need like a ride from my friend for certain things. Or sometimes when like my dad has has taken a week off work, for instance, sometimes he actually drives me all the way from home to here. That covers it. But like transporting things, getting to places, the network for local transport is still bad, and I'm in a city where it's the second best in the country. So you can only imagine back home, where you might, if you're lucky, you might see a single bus going in or out the town in a day. And you think that public transport is something you can use. Fuck, you can't. It doesn't exist over there. But yeah, since private cars are important, 15,000 for a repair bill. Isn't that odd? The thing is, which is normal though, that if you get a bill of that size, you won't pay it. Because it's an estimate. It's either that the car is being repaired because you have insurance and the insurance is handling that. You will see the numbers and everything, yeah, that's an occasion when it's out of your hands and it's fine. But if you would be handed that, yeah, this would be the bill, you would say that, oh yeah, instead of paying 15,000, I'm gonna pay you 500, and with those 500, you're gonna make the car into a cube, and then you get a new car. Yeah. I think the most expensive like work that had to be done to my previous car was like 600 euros. And that contained multiple things. Even a new battery, some steel workings, and like many things. But that was the highest. But it was super high when you compare that. I think we paid, it was either 2,000 or 3,000 for the entire thing, like the entire car itself. So compared to that, you can see how much that stings. If I would have been the one forced to pay it, I wouldn't have been able to pay it to this day. Because even when I had that fully paid job, I didn't get that much left, like, to spend, you know, per month when all the expenses were paid, taxes and rent and food, transport. Things are expensive and they get more expensive by the day. They just stated that the food prices are gonna raise up by, instead of 1%, which it was promised to be, they're gonna raise up by 10%. And you know what the stores have done? They have raised the prices 15% before that, so they can raise up more when the prices rise up the 10%. Isn't that fun, how they can just do that? And nobody minds. Because they're only raising 10% from the price they had before that. Nobody doesn't care that they raised 15% up before that 10% raise. It only matters that they do that 10% raise, right? Like, the people who get to decide on things like this are the people who don't have to pay for anything. People who decide the like public transport things, they never used public transport because they get paid taxis. They are delivered from door to door on taxis, sometimes even literally carried up the stairs, even when they don't need that. There have been pictures, and they are as laughable as they sound. Yet it just happens because nobody with honest integrity wants to go into politics. It's sad. And when somebody tries to, they usually don't get in because, well, they're trying to be honest. So it's a lose-lose situation. But the disc is not making any sounds. Okay, yeah, it looks loud. I know what it means, but it's a common joke to say in situations like this. And talk about CDs. There's one right here. I actually made a mixtape. I haven't made one in ages. I made this today. It has 17 songs. Yeah. It's about an hour long. So I left like a tiny margin to the disc, so it didn't get filled all the way. I made a custom like image, like a front to it, a custom backing, which I actually put in the inner sleeve because I want you to actually open the case to read the songs in there. It's not the most convenient, but I want to be a little hipster with this. And then I covered like the endings and the back with a piece of yellow paper, since there is still a lot of yellow paper that were left over from a project when I first moved here, like the first year of school. Like they got kind of ruined, and some of them weren't ruined, but they were never used. They were never cut to be the shapes that were like needed in that booth for school. So I was just left with them. And that actually reminds me, I was never paid back for those papers. Like, I like just accepted it was fine because many people put their own money into it. And I was like, yeah, I can put the money into it, I can put the printing to it. But they told us afterward that since we're supposed to get some money to create the booth, we would be repaid. But I never was. Well, I got the sheets we used. They are still in my possessions. Because I thought that maybe sometimes I can reuse them. Because they didn't even get dirty. There haven't been any expeditions of any sort. I missed those days. Because like, before I moved here, I actually got to attend certain conventions where I had a booth, like not a booth, but tables of my own, and I had my stuff on them. And they were always covered in black cloth. So that's usually the best base to start with. So if I had a table, I could actually set up a table to something, because I would have the cloth and I would have the stuff. But I missed it. I don't have an event. I don't have the table. So missing the key ingredients. But yeah, about the city. If people are interested, I might post what like the image looks like. I won't post the listing. You need to get into the inner circle in order for me to actually show the song listings. The whole idea why I made it is because the new car actually has a CD like drive to it. There's a CD player. The old one has a C-tape player. And because this damn converter, which I actually have with me right here, it's right next to the computer, this damn converter hasn't worked in such a long time. I haven't been able to convert a mixtape. I wouldn't have a free tape to use, even, but I bet if I asked people, someone could just give me a C-tape I could tape over. But since this converter hasn't worked, it doesn't actually connect to the damn PC because there are no drivers. I haven't been able to use it. I never was able to do that mixtape. But well, there is no more C-tape player, there is a CD player, and CDs are super easy to make! And there are still tons of CDs back home that has no use. Like, there are hundreds. No joke, there are hundreds CDs back home without any use. Because back in the day, when I needed to get some data from one place to another, I put it on a CD. USB wasn't even a thing on most computers. At most, like, a computer might have had 1 or 2 USB ports. And those were spent with the mouse or the keyboard, if someone had a newer mouse or keyboard, or maybe a printer could even use it. Mostly they used serial, like bigger, like way bigger ports. Flash drives became a thing so much later. So CDs it was. Then DVDs came, but most people didn't have a DVD drive, so you still needed to use CDs. But there were more CDs coming in, especially how there were people that had a burning CD drive and then that drive broke, or they switched PC and now their drive doesn't burn CDs anymore, so they just gave out the CDs, like, I don't do anything with these anymore. Of course I said yes, they will come in use. Then suddenly they had no use. I even have 2 more left. I took, like, my idea was that I make 2 different mixtapes, mix CDs. 2 different themes. And one is in reserve if something goes wrong. Because I never burned a CD with this PC before. So I didn't know where the drivers as they should by default on a Windows 10. Because the last time I did that was on Windows... Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't think I ever burned a CD on Windows 7 either. I must have done one with Windows Vista at least. There must be a way. But I think I used Windows XP longer than the entire lifespan of Vista, so... With the previous computer, that must be the last time, before this, when I burned the CD. How does she even fit there? Like, we can see it all the way solid on this side. There has to be a hole on the other side, but it looks quite small. Hello. Here we have the tiger. This face. Like, I never knew how to really read this face he makes. Because there is an easy and readable emotion when you look at it. But then he does the nod. And at the bottom of the nod, there is a completely different face. A completely different emotion in it, so... Yeah. The main thing is, if we would put Ace Attorney characters to different legions, the tiger would definitely be in the World Eaters. That's for certain. Then comes the good question. Where would Phoenix actually go into? Because it's certain that Maya would be the Emperor's children. He's constantly about the gluttony. So... But where would Phoenix go? The 20th? Just because he doesn't know what's going on the most of the time? I don't know. She would definitely be Night Lords. That's for certain. Well, the Chaos Marines are getting their codex somewhere during this year. Hopefully they finally make Night Lords playable faction. Because I know a lot of people who have a Night Lord army, at least want one, but they've been forced to play their Night Lords as something else because their rules are completely useless. Why espresso? Why it's always coffee? Like the amount of times when I've been at a location and they just present me with a coffee cup. Like, I don't drink coffee, and then the other person goes into a complete lockdown. It's like, I know that coffee is a very big part of our culture, but it's still not like a thing you can expect that someone, like everyone, will just drink coffee. And then usually comes the obligatory. They're like, well, I can make tea if you would drink that. And then comes the boom, like the big bombshell. I say, I don't drink tea either. And that's the point where the people either start to get angry for no any reasonable reason. It's just like, you offer me coffee, I don't drink coffee. You offer me tea, I just don't drink tea. It's not my fault that you just happen to offer things which I don't want. But I'm trying to be kind and like not making you waste them by making more. By saying that I don't drink them. Why are you getting angry at me? Or the other option is they just remain stunned and like start clearly thinking about what can they offer. And then I just don't try to go by like I can just be without anything. Like just I'm just here to do whatever I'm here to do. So like one of the best occasions was at driving school. They always had coffee and tea, but they started having juice as well. But when they noticed that there were a lot in the class that didn't drink either, and then they had cookies as well. And the driving teacher always said that, hey, I know that this costs a lot, but the law is stated that we have to do all of this, so, well, my paycheck has to be paid as well, so these lessons are gonna be expensive. So drink all the tea, eat all the cookies, make it worth it. Like, I can just bring out more. If we run out more, we can go to the store together and get even more cookies. No, they never ran out, by the way. Not even close. Mostly people weren't, like, they didn't dare to finish the plate, let's just say. But sometimes there was just a bad day overall, or just a very boring lecture, or something. On those days, I were like just mean to the cookies. I legit just took the plate, dipped half of what's on the plate like to my hand, and just started munching on the fucking cookies. Just to try to compensate the day with something. And I never gotten, like, nobody ever reacted to it in any way bad. There was only one reaction to one of the fellow students at one point, that they were like, oh, you are actually taking in the lesson that we should eat and drink more because of the price. When they only discovered at that point that there is more like lessons that you are forced to go through than she originally taught. And then I was like, well, I always knew that the process is gonna be long and it's gonna be boring, so let's make it entertaining in some way, and continued munching. But the one day when the actual teacher had a response was the day when we had someone substituting. Far as I remember, the teacher wasn't even sick. We just had a substitute teacher for one day, for some reason. And she weren't informed about almost anything. How that, like, place functioned itself. But it was part of a bigger chain. So I bet that she has been working in other cities. So she didn't know how things went down there exactly. She didn't prepare the coffee, she didn't prepare the tea. Well, she was reminded at some point that, hey, like some of the other students were like, I'm getting really sleepy, could we have our coffee? And then they had to argue that, hey, well, we were told that they're always apart, there always being coffee. She started making the coffee and the tea. Then people were like, oh, we usually have cookies as well. Because she was overall quite mean as a person. So people were starting to, you know, take advantage of the situation, like a little poking back in a way. She never brought down the juice. But at that point, when like things were presented, I didn't dare to mention, because I was thinking that she's gonna spit in the juice or piss in the juice or something. Like, she looked that she would do that at that point if I mentioned the juice. So I just took cookies. I was as well getting grumpy at that point. I took a handful of cookies. I'm like, how are you eating so many? Like, leave some for the rest. Like, I took 10 cookies. There is like 30 left. I know from experience, he's gonna take 1, he's gonna take 2, he's gonna take 3, she's gonna take 2, she's gonna take 3, she's gonna take 1. This always happens. Shush. Most people were just like completely zoned out. When they got their cup of coffee or tea, they usually got 1 or 2 cookies, and then they were secretly just looking at their phones on the lectures, and somehow managed to drink that 1 cup of coffee for multiple hours. If there was a pause, which was rare, because all of us wanted to get the lectures done fast and then just go, but sometimes when they were extra long, we're like, okay, let's have a break in between. Then if there was a break, people woke up and got another cup of tea or coffee and more cookies. I didn't really have anything to look at with my phone. I think I must have had a smartphone at that point, but I wasn't in any social media. Things I looked online, like Magic News and Games Workshop News, things like that. It only took like a minute a day for me to go browse through all. Like I went through news very fast, and I always did that at school, so I had absolutely nothing to do. There wasn't any mobile games I could play. I could have, I bet, secretly played 3DS. But since I really love the songs on the games I play, I don't want to ever play the games without volume, so I was kinda just forced to look at the lectures and go with those. Find out how most of the things taught, nobody actually complies. People don't know how to drive at the roundabouts. I'm close to collisions almost every time because people don't know that they have to yield. It's annoying. Holy shit. I just noticed I'm at the beginning of this part and I've only been on for almost 2 hours. I've been jabbering on so much today. Jesus. I actually need to take a break soon. I've been out of a drink for a while. I thought I would just go on and finish this part today without a break, but no. Too much jabbering. This episode is definitely gonna be the longest one in the series. Because I take an episode between every part, it seems. Oof. Strong coffee, strong tea. They aren't that commercially viable nowadays. From what I understand, people have really shifted into drinking sugary coffees because of chain coffee places. We don't have Starbucks here, by the way. We don't have Starbucks, but we have coffee places, and they have started adding lots of sugar into things, so people drink very sugary coffees. I bet if I would get the Starbucks and drink one of those, I would like it because they add so much sugar to it. It would just be sugary milk. It would be less exciting milkshake in essence. But yeah. Like I said, I've been jabbering on way too much. I need a break. So I'm gonna get a drink. Just a minute or two. I'll be right back.
The powers of chaos manifested in the once pleasant Deimos Peninsula on the southern coast of Cronus, transforming it into a blasted hellscape. Summoned by heretical cultists, the Black Apostle Eliphas, the Inheritor, emerged from the war, leading a whole company of the Word-Bearer Chaos Legion. These heretical space marines had been to Cronus before, fighting against their loyal brothers during the dark days of the Horus Heresy. Eliphas had been but a young champion then, but returned a terrible Chaos Lord, ready to bring ruin to the galaxy at large. The Dark Crusade would be his proving ground, By defeating the many powers vying for the planet, he sought to gain favor with the dark gods he worshipped. Unless they could be stopped then and there, the word bearers would strike deeper into the Imperium.
Okay, I'm back, and I did some minor unpacking as well. I got in the free figure I got. Stay with me. I might do an actual unboxing after we are done with the game, so stay tuned for that. I know it's Deadpool, but I don't know what else is in there and what kind of Deadpool it is, other than it's somehow party related. So I expect Deadpool having a party hat. And there is a map. There could be something else as well, I don't know. It is a vaguely large package. It is exactly, now that I tested, it's exactly the size of my tablet, except way thicker. So there must be a lot of packing material in it, if there isn't anything else than one figure and one map. But yeah, I'll tell what I see after we're done with the game itself. Bum bum bum. I have to eternalize this. Again, Xineohp. From what I've seen, the joke is exactly the same in the original. It's just we did just the name reversed, but it's just so stupid. Wait, that was all? Was it so that I got more information by presenting things to her? Yeah, at least about the tiger, that was a thing. Cookie? Ah, yes, this line! I almost forgot about this line. This could even be an achievement. Knowing the things she loves, these cookies might be interested. I'm actually getting more and more interested in trying. Yeah, no, it doesn't feel like it's that way. But yeah, there's this usual. This is a huge trope in so many things. Suddenly, a lady is just completely fallen in love because they were saved by someone. It does happen, but sometimes it feels way too forced. Here, well, she's not acting to be like that. She's actually that much in love. She's not visibly, so it doesn't seem that forced. But, well, we'll learn things eventually. We'll learn things. At least I don't see an achievement. I wonder. Was there something else I could present to her? Or was it that I just offered something random? Because I remember there was something else than cookies. Let's show my badge, for instance. Coffee. No, she's presenting coffee. But she did mention about the tiger. I remember that. No, she's talking about coffee. I'm almost certain that there was a line that she talks about. Oh no! No. I think it's not a speaking line. It's a penalty thing. It must be a penalty thing, which I'm remembering. So I need to get that to happen. But I don't exactly remember what the line is. Did she? Oh yeah, she did open this, so it must have been this. They're just putting more and more points. Like, I have died, she has died. Stop it, game. Stop it. But no, there is no actual attraction. The game is just really trying. Hey, Styx is a fun river. I have swum in it. And I know it is an actual river. You can swim in Greece. It is this place where the Achilles story was meant to take place. And I have swum in that river. The current is extremely strong. Like in most places, compared to my height right now, the water barely goes like past my foot. In most places. In some places, the like river goes deep enough that it's like about 2 meters, or maybe even a bit lower. I would say at most 2 meters, because I remember back then, I was way younger, I couldn't reach the bottom, so I couldn't get all the way to the end. There were some people who got all the way to the end because they formed up a chain and like boosted each other's up, like from stone to stone. But I had to stop where my legs couldn't like reach the bottom, because I couldn't dare to put my head under the water while trying to go forward, because the current was so strong. If something would come through the mountain, I would have died most likely. Like the water is, like said, it's supposed to make you invisible. It doesn't make you immortal, though. There is a big difference. This song is so weird. It's a bit all over the place. But 4 locks. That's a quite deep secret now, isn't it? So, because I'm almost certain the line is a... Actually, let's use one of these, just because there is a possibility that one achievement about the words, because I'm almost certain it has to be one, because there was about the one about the lunch boxes. So I'm certain that there's one for the words as well. If I don't get it to trigger in the next part, I can return to this. Because most likely I should be able to get all the words here, like that I could have gotten in the first part. So then I only need to succeed in the part 4. But yeah. So I'm almost certain that one line, which I'm not sure is it an achievement thing or not, but it really sounds like it could be from what I remember. It is like I need to get a line here wrong, present a wrong thing. But is it on the first, the second, the third, the fourth walk? All of them? I don't remember, so we have to test around. That's why the save. Because I'd rather just load than go into the trial with no hits at all. Okay, when we succeed we get hits back, but if I go in 0 and then get everything right, we don't get that much. And there could be lines I need to get wrong in the trial as well. I need to try to refresh my memory. Okay, and now I will just show something wrong so we can test it out. Sport paper is definitely wrong, so... Yes! It is this! We got it on the first go! Donuts! Yes! Donuts! Homemade donuts. The game is really trying. They put in many key points to her. I would really go for donuts. Jam and cyanide? Could it be cyanide? I want some. Oh. It was an achievement! Violetta's homemade donuts! Ah, there we go. I was almost said that no, it's not gonna be an achievement because I didn't see anything, but well, it just needed some time. They always seemingly need some time. So, I think that this is the thing I need to showcase because, well, it's a car repair bill. And, yep, it's certainly an accident. Hold up. I don't have anything for this part yet, do I? Oh, Because I know I do very well remember what's the thing going on here. And that, but a hint of the future. That's more points towards her, you know. But I don't remember what piece of evidence that I need to showcase to that. But most certainly we don't have it because we haven't, you know, we haven't really known of her existence for long enough. We definitely shouldn't have it. I'm just trying to remember what is the thing I need to showcase, but there is no way. We don't have anything, so we'll have to come back to this. We didn't get the first lock unlocked, but there's still the phone. No, it's about the desk, not the phone. I thought I was pointing at the phone. No. A solid golden table would be horrible to sit in. It would dent under you. It's very bad. A cold plated wouldn't feel that good either, because then you it needs to be coated super well. It needs to be laid super well, not to have a risk of just flaking off. And with time it would flake off anyway, and then it would just be very, very ugly. So no. I remember that the player and this disc would have been separate, but nope, they aren't. But there is a Steam notification here about a friend playing something, so I was like, is the button, it's here, right? I couldn't see this whole area, so I was almost thinking that, is it here, or where it is? But yeah, we cannot examine this, but we got this here, so that's the main thing. We have it. MC Bomber. Well, I think we have everything we can now, and back to the square. What a surprise, what a surprise. Old man Maya, what you doing? Well, yeah, we really demolished his entire, character in there, so I didn't remember. He's actually trying to keep his honor by keeping the promise. He did promise to sing the pigeon song, so he's trying to continue with the promise. He made it twice even. Out demons in good fortune? No, now you are just getting senile here. You need good fortune to get the demons out, or by getting the demons out, you get good fortunes. You cannot say which good fortunes go demons. Well, in essence you could, but again, this is messy. I'd rather not go into, all about Onis and stuff. Goran remembers what happened the last time we faced an Oni. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty at all. And remember that we get a lot from him, but everyone would have talked that behind your back anyway. Well, you are a drunk old man, so doesn't help anyone if you just try to reaffirm your statement to be true to us. The trial is over for now. We aren't in court anymore. Making us believe you won't change anything. And with the seeds. Like, if they're just plain seeds, it's not that bad. Like, looking at them, they look that they're just plain peeled seeds. So, it might hurt. Because they look quite chunky. But at least you won't be coughing up seeds or pulling them out of your clothes. Because they get sticky. Because far too many times I have seen there been old folk getting honeyed seeds, or even seeds with honey, and throwing those to birds. Like, if you want to feed the birds, don't fucking feed them with expensive honey. And the amount of times that those honeyed seeds are just... they are just stuck everywhere. Like, it's disgusting. Like, you can imagine anything covered in honey. How sticky it is. And seeds, especially like tiny seeds, they are just like... just stuck everywhere. I've seen it far too many times. It's horrible. And, well... I also seen situations where, like, honey-laid seeds, eaten by birds, just go right through them. So you can imagine another layer on top of the seeds. And there's quite a lot of it, let's just say. And people still keep on feeding the birds those seeds because they think it's good, because they are expensive. Well, at least you are using a word that's highly used in the trials. In this universe, in real trials, objection is quite rarely utilized. You really don't get that many situations to use it. Like, the only situations where you really get to use it is if your opposition is going over the line. In one way or another. I'm losing my ability to speak. Defense attorneys do get a lot more chances to yell objections than prosecutors, though. Because things are so heavily balanced towards prosecution, they are way more easier to, you know, push their luck, to say. But let's just let him go on. I bet nobody said to you that you should be feeding the pigeons. Unless, like, it's the only idea they got to get you out of the house. Yeah. I would say, buy some bread, totally understandable. A good point. But yeah, like, the old man is getting some. Because you are. You're an old, drunken, horny man. Nobody wants to deal with you. Like, remove one of the aspect. And, well, okay. The age doesn't really help. If you would be a drunken, like a horny drunk man, even if you would be young, you would still be, like, intolerable. If you would just be a old horny man, then I get people could still interact with you, but since you're also drunk, no. If you would just be an old drunk man, Yes, you could be tolerable. You need to remove either the horniness or the drunkenness to get people to interact with you. Most likely both. And like they really mean that he's heavy on the drinking with all the redness and everything. They just it's been mostly censored away. But the way he acts and everything, it's all very much based that he's drunk. Clothing wise and everything, you know. The errand. Like, it makes sense, really, when you think about it. The owner of the place shouldn't leave the premises, because they need to make sure that the scene remains intact. So it would be best that someone outside of the events would be the one calling the police, but a restaurant without a phone, even back in the day, And yeah, what do you expect an old person to have a mobile phone? Even nowadays, when they have kind of forced. Because you legitimately, by law, need to have a mobile phone number nowadays. I find it so funny how you are still not obliged, but you're still allowed to have a landline. But with most services that you must use, they require you to put your number in. It cannot be a landline number, because they might sometimes need to send you a text message. So you really need to have a mobile phone number. Otherwise you cannot have your citizenship and things like that. Because like to identify the government things, you need to use your mobile banking. So not only you need to have a mobile phone, you also need to have mobile banking. That's how you identify. And to get into the mobile banking, you usually need to give out a number that you get sent as a text message from your bank. So even in this situation, many old folks have a phone, like mobile phone number, but of course they have no idea how to use a mobile phone. So they have these very chunky devices that is like old stationary landline phone, but a mobile phone is put into it. It's either inserted into it, or it's just a SIM card put into the device. So it behaves and looks kind of like a landline phone, but it has the capabilities of a mobile phone. And some of those can read text, like you can read text messages, but you cannot send them. And you can usually only read the most recent message, and it's super painful. Sometimes they can't, and that's when the models that have a mobile phone inserted to them is like taking advantage. You take the mobile phone out, read the message, and put it back in. But it's not the old folk who know how to do it. They always need someone to help. But yeah, there is such a huge need for like people to help old folk with their banking and everything, because 90% of all transactions and everything you need to do online, you need to do at home, even before the pandemic. And sometimes even someone that's good with technology, it just cannot be done. Mainly that the banks have random times when they're taken off for maintenance. And usually that just happens to happen when you need them. Yeah, we finally have a solid, good hint that, what could have happened. There was a time when only one knew what was happening at the scene. Well, kudo. Well, we ain't getting anything more from you. We need to get more details from others about this subject. So let's go back to the kitchen. Armstrong is out. Yeah, there's no one here, so who's supposed to guard the place? But how would he know that we know a thing about what happened, which we didn't know before? That's the thing. Also, I'm surprised that the game didn't give us a hint, which we already know from the previous trial bit. We know that Armstrong stole a coupon, and we know that there was a vial of ear medicine here. So we know that Armstrong went and stole a couple of things from the scene of the crime, and now we know that there was a time when he was the only one, present at the scene. So I'm surprised that the game didn't give a assumption that, oh yeah, that's the point when those two things happened. Could it be that something else happened there as well? Usually the game is flat out stating things like that a lot. But yeah, we ain't getting to talk with Armstrong. Don't remember that there was anything I can talk to come through right now. Could I present the bomber? No, I can't. Yeah, he's again in this weird situation. Oh, I'm not allowed to say anything about the case to the defense attorney, which is super illegal. He's supposed to give us everything. Wait, Maggie is not here either. I remember that I was supposed to talk to Maggie. So I bet there's something I have missed. But what could it be? There has to be something. Otherwise, Maggie should be here, right? What could I have missed? I'm just starting to think. Going through everything we have done. Certainly missed something. But what? Because we have that. I just remembered. There is an entire place we haven't been to yet. Come through, my friend. Victim. Tell us about the victim. I just remembered. that we actually get more information about the victim. And I was like, there is something I'm missing, and yeah, then it really hit me. Bit more fun? You worry me, what do you mean? More fun? Yeah, that seems to be a very random thing, and how Gumshoe thinks that's fun. Like, why Gumshoe thinks that us visiting Blue Screens Inc. would be a fun thing? It would definitely be fun for me. I bet I would spend like a half an hour taking pictures of the company, like location and the sign, because holy hell, how can you name your company so badly? Computer firm, call it fucking Blue Screens Inc. It's like you would have a hospital and just call it the morgue hospital. The killing floor hospital. You know, that would sound fun. Actually. Ideas. But yeah, we actually get the location of the victim's workplace. So let's go there. And yeah, Gumshoe, oh well. They're talking about the big case, which understandably we get nothing about. But oh, I love that. I remember that was the same thing in the original as well, but I remember that it took longer in the original. I hope you guys heard it. The music faded out with Gumshoe, and then it just fades back in because Gumshoe came back. He's confused and yeah. What is it, Gumshoe? This isn't the first time you're asking us a favor. And we are doing this again. How is Gumshoe affording this? He paid fucking 20 for that horrible meal. He had a lottery ticket. And he also made a lunchbox for Maggie. He can normally buy a pack of noodles and now he's doing all of this. How? Like, okay, rice you can get half free, especially in Asian countries. Like, rice is, you can get like bad rice at super cheap. Fine. But sausages aren't cheap anywhere. Even in places where they are made. They aren't still like that cheap. Okay, they are way cheaper in other countries than here. But they aren't that cheap. And I can't see any sauce there, so I can imagine that would be a very dry meal. Most likely kind of bad one. Like, the sausages could be good, but then you just have plain rice without anything and so much of it. I think it would just leave you thirsty in the end. But I would still want to try out a meal like that. Like, I'm getting hungry looking at it. Like, it makes me think, like, what kind of sausages are those? At all. No. Gumshoe, no. Don't say it like that. Please, no. I didn't remember this was so horrible. Oh well, here's the lunchbox. But yeah, that explains. I didn't remember that these lunchbox things happen again, so... But... Yeah, I did get the memory in the end that... And wow, this place looks so different than what I remember it looking in the original trilogy. It's... It looks quite horrible. And the way that lights on her actually move makes her way more eerie. Like, if I actually saw someone like this just getting close to me, I would just point my finger, abominable intelligence, and get my flamer ready. She's acting way too much like an AI. Why are we allowed to come here then? I'm taking so many screenshots today. Director. Fucking Ghost in the Shell reference. Oh, like I'm just getting flashbacks from the live action movie, like the latest one. Like, why did they do it? Why? Like, that movie just confused me throughout. Like, I'm not surprised why I got the DVD brand new from the store for €2. I'm not confused for the price, but I'm just confused by the movie itself. It just made me think why constantly. And yeah, like, I would love a tech like this. Well, more like what he had, because the mic like this would get kind of pointless. They work just fine from here, from normal purposes. But that's just the thing. I would need to actually have both ears covered. So it could filter out noise. It usually gets way too loud when leaving the apartment. So noise filtering is important for me. And on the other front, like, I have had screens akin to this, and they are fun, they are efficient, you get the info you need from them, but the tech really needs to advance a lot for the entertainment value. And to be honest, I nowadays I don't have that much need for the data values. I would need the entertainment value, and the technology isn't fully there for that. Like, I'm not blaming her. So let's start by examining. So I guess it looks way more horrible in this one than I remember it being in the original. Huge mess, huge mess, huge mess. Very tiny corner desk. One screen. These guys are meant to be programmers, and they only have one screen. I don't care that they have a screen on their eyes as well, but they only have one screen, and it's not that big. This fucking statue feels bigger than the screen. And do they even have a mouse? I can't see a mouse anywhere. You really want to have a mouse, even if you are adept at using just keyboard controls, and I'm shaking my keyboard because this keyboard is quite light. And well, it's not flimsy, but it's light. Like, I wouldn't mind having a much more heavier and bigger keyboard. Just for the feel of it, you know. I never had a very good keyboard, nor a mouse. I think this might be the best mouse I have so far, but it's still like 20 euros. I think it's the second most expensive mouse that I ever had. The one I have for my laptop costed 25, but it's way older. way older. Anyway, but I do remember the servers being here, and I just the way how this is so pseudo-futuristic, but still you have old school servers. Well, they aren't that old school. Servers even nowadays usually look like that, somewhere close to it. But still, it's a very old school design overall. A combination of these two is already painful enough. But then you are working in the same room as the servers. This room would be so fucking hot that I bet this is for intaking air. This alone would make this a hell to work at. Not alone that it's so bright. But then one screen, small screens, only keyboards, cluttered space, 3 people in this one room. No, this would be hell. I would die, literally die working here. Mainly the heat, but the other aspects as well. And oh yeah, the victim's desk is facing the door. Like, I really cannot work if my computer screen is facing the door. It doesn't matter even if I would be working constantly. I just can't be like in a state where I just have to constantly look behind me when someone's going. I want to directly face them. It's way easier to, you know, interact with people when they're in front of you rather than behind you. Another drink finished. So we can't. Oh, we can actually get. And about the pillars moving. Yeah, it's definitely trying to be futuristic. This is definitely not calming. I would feel a lot more calmer if this would be just straight on steel pillars with industrial sides fittings, just chain walls, everything just being sheet metal. Just let it be very industrial. Have it been a tad dark. Have some lanterns here, some incense smoking in the middle. I'm redesigning this place to be a Mechanicus enclave. Would feel much more home. The horse is not giving you enough of a hint. That's a thing which I never understood. It's like, I've seen in American media that recycling centers pay for paper. It's so weird of a concept. I never really understand it. They are paying if you bring them paper. Like, yeah, it's good to like try to get people to recycle. But you get like $1 for many kilos of paper, which is ridiculously low. And then you don't have any sort of recycling for bottles, which are very easy to carry because they're so light, and the fact that you could return them to the store where you bought the bottles. I don't get it. Why have a very measly, very unnoticeable amount of money given if you bring paper, but not if you bring bottles? The pawn system we have for bottles is the best. When you buy a bottle, you have to pay a certain amount. Like for instance, if you buy 1.5 liter bottle, you pay 40 cents for that bottle. When you return that bottle to the store, you get the 40 cents back. It's the best. Not everyone wants to return their bottles, so I make money if I take that bottle and return it to the store. It's a fun way to recycle and maybe earn a bit. And it feels so much better, like when you return a huge stack of bottles to the store and then you get to leave with couple filled ones. Even though in most occasions I'm just getting the money I paid just back. It still feels good. If they wouldn't pay me anything from bringing the bottles back, I wouldn't bother. Like, I know that they would do the same thing here as they do with most countries. They would just squish the bottles. They would be just like shredded. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Just shredded and put to landfill. I bet they would do that if we didn't have the pawn system that we have. The bottles are actually recycled. I have worked in those, like in a room where like the machine is that sorts out the bottles and everything. I have worked in a room like that. Like I was working at a store generally, but I was given the duty to maintain the bottle room as well. Like I didn't need to do it every day. It was like a hour or two, maybe like once or twice a week that I needed to do something there. It was fun. It was like the thing I can just like breathe for a moment. Just nobody was there, so I could just take it a tad slower, do something alone. It was the best part of the work. Especially how the room was somehow so noise isolated compared to other places. I still don't understand how. The machine itself makes quite little noise. Bum bum bum. Now we have something interesting. Woo! Let's talk to this fellow who's at least developing a huge back problem. I know that well, you can't even call that sitting anymore because you're really hunched over. But that type of what's the word even? It's not just the posture, it's the entire the entire form your body takes being in that. It just happens occasionally. I know that I end up in that pose a lot. But it's super bad for your back. But it just feels so convenient occasionally. When I stream, I try to be as laid back as I can. But when I'm actually streaming something intensive, it gets more like that. And it's not about getting my face close to the screen. It's more about just having a very short access to the mouse and the keyboard. Like have my hands move the tiniest amount. And they do when they are like very close to my body. They move way less. I don't think it's any faster though. It just feels like that. It would be fun if there would just be a way to like stop yourself doing that. But it's a habit that is hard to get rid of. But a habit which is good for everyone to get into, it's stretching. Like occasionally you will hear odd noises from me. And most likely those happen because I'm stretching, right? Right now you can hear some snapping, maybe some twisting, maybe some fabric moving because I'm stretching. And I do it a lot. It's very important. Especially for me being tall. If I wouldn't stretch closer to 100 times a day, I would get in pain. I would be very pained the following day. And it has happened. There have been situations when I haven't really been able to stretch. Like on trips. Like plane trips aren't usually that bad. Like they get bad, but they are only like maximum 8 hours for the flights where I have been, and you really get cramped. But that alone cannot like ruin your entire day, because when you get out of the plane, that's the point where you will do a lot of stretching. And you will keep trying to stretch, get your places moving again. So hopefully you don't ruin your entire day with a plane trip. But I have been in car trips that take longer. And in those occasions you cannot stretch enough. Even if you take breaks, you just get into a very bad shape. Bum, bum, bum. But that's the thing. Most people have the same password everywhere. Plus, your mother's maiden name is usually the secret word you can use to recover the password or reset it. And people who still actually just answer and use that as the secret word are idiots. Because you can Google that. For me, for instance, nobody could Google the first pet, the first school, or where I was born. Because I answered them truthfully, but nobody has any idea in what manner I did. So not even my mom would know. They are completely logical, but it's not answered in a way you would expect. So nobody can crack them that easily. And many who actually understand, like how bad those recovery questions usually tend to be, actually made them to be very cryptic passwords instead. Just meaningfully that they would never be used. Because there are just still annoyingly some service that require you to have those questions there. Even though if you just say, oh, I lost my password, they're just gonna give you a reset link to your email regardless. It's like, what was the point with the questions again? Let's talk about cooperation. Because you cut him off constantly, I only got like a half of an idea, and it feels way too broad for a company like this, so... Basil, you only confused me. And you can only guess how confused Maya and Phoenix are right now. I don't remember. Is this everything we get from here? I think there might be. I don't think she has anything to say about... nope. This. Super admin restricted. Okay, makes sense. Super admin is a thing. Desktop access password protected. But if it's super admin restricted, why is it desktop access password protected? Like, does a super admin has a different desktop access password? Or do they mean that you have to be a super admin and you need a desktop access password? But yeah, we have already seen this, so I just need to bring out the tangent. So we don't get anything from that. Do we get anything from Glenn himself? The horrible, the horrible AI-looking person is hiding a secret. Also, when they showed like the surroundings in that negative color, it looked much better, didn't it? But yeah, let's see. Do I have the things for this? I don't know. The fact that there was 500 of them, and you would assume that they would be at least $5 a piece. So you can imagine how bad of a gambling addiction he had. But then again, why did he keep all of them? Or was he so addicted that he just couldn't even manage to throw them all away? That this is just a tiny, tiny fraction. The radio flyer. Oh, the ticket. Take the ticket because that's specifically his. Yes. Do I actually know this at this point? Because I bet all of you know what's being talked about. But, do I actually have the information? Just... I guess I can. I just have the bad feeling that right at the end, I cannot present a thing because I don't know enough about it yet. So I have to redo all of this. But we'll see. Let's start with the tiger, and it works as it should. Well, we just got an evidence for this specific thing. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Quite many things. There's so many things that you can get way more money. To get it fast though, all of them are illegal or at least very shady. Because unfortunately, most of the scams out there aren't illegal because they are done cross-country. Countries, I mean. Now, this is the thing. I bet every one of you already guessed. It's gonna be this. But can I present it? Because I don't know it yet. I can't! No! Damn it, I have to redo this. I just showed it. But the thing is, I don't know what it is in the game. So we have to redo this. Oh, so painful. You can go all the way, but the last one, we can't. Pain, pain, pain. Is she back? I would think so, because we get this. Hello, Maggie. Oh shit, I already been on for over 3 hours. And there is still at least those two, not spoiling anything, like lock breaking sessions that I need to do. Oh, so this is gonna take a moment more. This is the second time we're in the same rodeo, so... Am I misremembering? But... I remember that both of the lines, like, has happened exactly the same. It's like copy-paste. Or am I just mixing the two a bit? But like, we are treading the same water we already know. But, well, you could have seen it coming, so... Yeah. Well, we were presented with a lot of odd contradictions, but... Are you right? It's so weird that like this line doesn't start with the face, because usually if you got something right, you immediately see the face or the item in question. Whoops, I didn't mean to show the patch, but we get the patch line. Damn. I remembered that she would remember if seeing her face, because it's not, you know, hard to get the connection that it was her. Well, there's something else I can actually talk to her about. I don't think there was. But I do remember that the lunchbox was actually important, even though it was ended up eaten by Maya. As far as I remember, that you still needed to do that. Nothing would have advanced if you didn't give it to her. So, let's move to the criminal state affairs. So we knew that Gumshoe was supposed to hurry to here. Smoke. I could make so many jokes here, especially how there is smoke inside and the superintendent is present. Like, we could ask, is there a sudden appearance of an aura borealis in the room as well? But let's leave it at that. So yeah, I bet some of you expected that was the case when last time we were here, because we got hints that, oh, shut off computers, stop using. Because if there is a virus in the network, it makes sense to shut down the devices before it can germinate and spread. But in most likelihoods, it's too late at that point when it's noticed. And in some annoying situations, even if a device has been turned off, if like the virus is in the network, it can send packages that wait to be sent. So when the device is turned on, it will be infected as well. That requires certain type of connections to have been established and such, but they are common enough that it does happen a lot. So unless you clear out all the packages that are sent to go in or out as well, when you're clearing the virus, you're gonna have another infected device which is trying to infect other devices again, and it starts all over from the scratch. And in many occasions, you cannot afford to empty all the packets. You could literally destroy like the company. Like money transactions, confidential files, data, they could be lost if all the packets are demolished. But you need to do that. You need to wipe everything. Like not everything, but everything that can spread it and have been infected. So many times it's easier to just wipe out everything. Absolutely everything. Sad, but on a corporate state, that's the easier way. But let's talk about the lender first. But it makes sense that Gumshoe would not understand what a computer virus is. Even to this day, there is a huge quantity of people that doesn't know what specifically a computer virus is. Like they know something about it, that like, yeah, it's bad. You are supposed to, not use devices that have viruses on it, but they don't understand how they function, what is their goal, and many like common things. And I would say that majority of people don't know, like, more than that having viruses on a device is bad. I bet you are just gonna go through people and think, no, most people I know, no. Try to think about it more. I bet they know that viruses are bad, but I bet most people don't know more than that. It has become way more common of a thing to know about. Like a couple years ago, but since virus protections and people's knowledge about the viruses gotten better, the importance of knowing details and everything gone lower, so people's overall knowledge about computer viruses has gone down. We might end up having a same kind of situation with computer viruses as with real viruses. that there being high guards and high knowledge leads to a place where they don't spread a lot. And then the guards and knowledge go down because there's not need, and then we get another epidemic and it goes up. There's a lot of viruses spread, lots of computers, lots of systems going down, lots of data being leaked. Guards go up, knowledge goes up, and then it slowly gets to drip down again and continues weighing like this. Because it has been doing that, but not to such high extremes as it at some point did. I think like the easiest way to explain it would be, imagine a computer is a file cabinet, and the data, you have all the files in there, because that's legit how it is. It's just, instead of paper and ink, it's ones and zeros. But leave that out, because that will confuse way too many people who have no technical knowledge, or way too little of technical knowledge. So to say, imagine a computer as a file cabinet, and then imagine that the virus is like a termite in that file cabinet. It can go in and eat some of your files, and then it can lay eggs, and then those eggs can be spread to other file cabinets. Is that pretty much how it goes? And it's a way easier thing to understand than just say that it destroys data. Because if you don't understand what data is, that doesn't tell you that much. You need concrete things to use as like a figure of speech. So now we should have two things which should open more lines. So let's present, starting with the first one. Violetta who? AIDS question mark. Boom, and here we go. Like, they're adding more and more perks to her. Like, legit, the perks of dating a granddaughter of a mob boss. If everything goes well, you're set for life. Just saying, you're set for life. Of course, if things go bad, that's the end of your life, but like teeter-totter. Okay, before we talk about the family, let's try to open the other line as well, which is MC Bomber. But yeah, I was like, huh? Can't I get the name this way? But yep, I do. Like, imagine the power. If legit, they are the only syndicate, everything goes through them. The power they have. That's huge. So, if you would like find yourself dating a daughter, a granddaughter of a syndicate like that, the leader of the syndicate like that, yeah, like your life goal would make her happy. And if she's happy, you're gonna be happy. Like, just getting all the props from the mob, especially like super hype now and top, because the upcoming magic set, the magic set that's gonna be released at the end of this month, because the month has changed. It's half past already. So the upcoming magic set is about mobs, crime families. I wasn't excited about it at first, but I'm getting more and more into it. I think the big issue was that I don't know which family to go with, because every set that there is like tribes of some sort, you really need to find the one for you. I don't know mine yet, that's the thing. None of them have the best color combination, because they are 3-colored, and we have shards instead of wedges. Or was it the other way around? I don't remember. But anyway, so we can't have absent colors. And none of the color combinations that we have is... Yeah, we have shards and not wedges. Yeah, indeed. Because Alara, they are the same combinations. So, like in Alara, there was no shard which I was like into. None of them had any mechanics which I fell in love with. Or lore. Like, yeah, they were interesting and all, but I couldn't see myself in any of them. That's the thing. They went for me. So now we'll have to see which one of them is gonna be, because at first I thought that one of them was like, this seems interesting, this could be the one for me. But the thing is that they really only have the color white of the absent colors, and the absent colors matter to me, especially the black and white and black. But looking at the lore which is known, and the symbols and everything, nothing has clicked yet. The cabaret might be it, because like I like what their leader looks like. I like how they do things from what is told in this, like the briefing. I haven't seen the story bits yet, so can't say about that yet. I see their charm, and their charm is horrible garbage. The card is complete garbage. The symbol is very good. I like it. So I really hope that they get good cards, they get a good mechanic, so I can go with them. Because they are a fun bunch. And I don't usually go with the fun bunch. And for once I could finally go with the fun bunch. And it's been a while that I've been able to go with factions. Like actually get excited about the faction. Actually have one that feels like mine. Because the last time we had factions, probably, it was in Strixhaven. And in Strixhaven it was the schools. None of the schools had a mechanic which I was really excited for. None of them have the lore which I identify with. There is the black and white school, but they're all about wordplay. No, that's not my thing. Like, I like their ink monsters, but I really hope that they would also have, like, with the words, they would also have art, like, as a thing. Like, you could also draw, like, paint things. Then it could have been mine, but it's not, so well, there is the black and green one, which gets more closer. Like Liliana being a teacher in that school. So most likely I would go with that one. And like their monsters, they're fun, like they die, you gain a life. But none of them really sticks. So I might legit go with the faction that says destroy everything. Screw this system. Like, the fucking Biblioplex is supposed to have all the spells in the multiverse? Like, no, that cannot be. The archive somehow has always dust. How the hell do they have Eldrazi spells? That's way too powerful. They shouldn't have that. I feel that to be a lore fail. It doesn't belong there. It's too strong to contain. Like, the strongest of viruses have been used to cripple banking systems, military systems, government systems, and yeah, of course, they would pay millions. North Korea would pay billions. They would offer billions. The fact that they wouldn't be able to pay, it's really... But, well, they do print fake money, so I guess they would try. But they would offer billions for a system that could a virus that could cripple American banking or government. They have already paid millions and millions for lesser viruses they have used, so if you're in the virus business, North Korea. Just make sure that you can just deactivate your virus in one way or another, or make it inert, because it is possible. You can make a antivirus to your own virus. You can create a backdoor to a virus itself. You just need to make sure that you can spread it as well as the virus. Or it needs a connection of some sort to work. Because there are sleeper viruses as well. Otherwise, you ain't gonna be useful, let's just say. That that brief moment which I accidentally skipped on is the only occasion when Maya stated she can't eat. I bet if someone would offer her a hamburger or ramen, if you go with the untranslated one, she would be able to, or dessert, because she has a separate stomach for hamburgers, ramen and desserts and other things. But at least that one of her stomachs was filled. Has never happened before. And will never happen again. So let's go back to the detention center, but oh, she's not here. Oh well. But the thing is, like, we now know that it contains a computer virus program. Was that enough? Was that enough though? I think it should be. Let me think. Because we have the connection now. We have the connection now, so I think we should be able to go to blue screens, do that. Then we should be able to do the other one. So we are close to being done, but like I've been on for 4 hours before we're actually done, but we are almost there. Now the thing is, I can do a lot of skipping since we already got past like until right at the end. So blah 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 blah. Troubles, tickets, and scratching eye. Skip. So we have already seen this. He also did the lottery. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, first lockdown. Ooh. And it is the Furio Tigre. And for some reason I'm constantly getting things in my eye. There isn't anything floating here. I'm trying to look at the roof, but I can't see anything falling. I guess there's just random hairs and things flying about. Even though I haven't shivered my head around that much or anything. A bit, but not that much. So, now we need to present the calendar like we did before. There you go. Blah, blah, blah. Calendar, yes, we've seen this. We've seen all of this. And was the program MC Bomber? And now we get some new things.
For the Emperor!
Hello! Welcome! Welcome everyone! How you been doing? I was hoping that I could finish up early enough so I can see your stream, but I kinda caught up and talked a lot of things, so I've been going on for double the length I was supposed to. But I will finish up this part, like, regardless. The sad thing is, I'm almost done though. I'm really close to the end. So, nice to see everyone here. There's a lot of you, but yeah. Yeah, I saw a notification when I was checking messages. Like, the name sounds interesting, so I guess I have to see the board at some point. Also, you have never played Ace Attorney this far, haven't you? So it might be best that you won't stay for the spoilers, right? I'm at the fourth case in the third game, so quite far. You were at the final case of the first game last I saw. Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I expected that you would have. How many episodes did you take for the final case? I know there's always a latency, so 6. Didn't I say that it's gonna take at least 5? So I was quite on the money. It is a very long case. There is not many cases that take longer than that. I just wonder, like, how many streams would it take me to actually complete a case in the Crazed Ace Attorney, because there's a case that's longer. Yeah, 1 to 4 in 8, and then 6 for that last. I'm not surprised. Like, I've been blabbing a lot in this case, particularly. I bet I could have done this entire case in 2 streams max. But because I've been talking, I've been doing each part in a separate stream. I don't know, I've been feeling just very, very chatty when I've been playing this case. I called the first part Circus Point 2 for a good reason, but I won't go into that because that will spoil 2 cases for you. That case and this case. But I'll see you later because I need to go on. So, and I don't want you to get more spoilers. This screen alone won't spoil that much, but it will spoil when I press things going forward. But yeah, nice to have you drop by. Gambling virus. Hmm. 100,000. That's amount of money that surprisingly easily you can go in debt for. There are limits of how much you can go in the minus that companies are allowed to loan you, but the laws even over here still haven't passed that the companies need to check your other loans. Like, there is a new fad that there are companies that like combine your loans from multiple companies into one, so you can actually pay less of interest overall. And like, you can actually save money that way, but you need to be really careful and do really good calculations on your own to make sure do you actually save or not. So like, companies have the capability that they can do it, but they are still not forced to do it. So even I, someone without a job, I can get a loan for a couple of thousand. I will get that same loan from another place, and another other place and another place, and they will start growing like more debt because they can't pay back. So 100,000, you can easily get to that amount of debt. Easily. It's very bad, but it can happen easily. And gambling is a thing that really makes the money fly. Yeah, Maya and her ideas. Like, making viruses isn't easy. It isn't easy, but it isn't the safest either. Because if you really create a good virus, it's very easy that you can also to be one that gets affected by it. Because if you create a backdoor or a way to preserve yourself from it, then it's not that good of a virus, you know. You like have created ways so it can be circumvented. Somebody will find those. Somebody will dissect and somebody will find those backdoors you have placed. So the virus isn't that effective. But it's really the only way to make sure. And you need to test the thing as well. I never really get the idea of how people are like going to get through testing viruses. In most cases, it just feels like they just are released, and people just see will they actually spread at all. That's just how it goes. And the only occasions when you hear about a virus, it's one that seemingly was effective and is in multiple places. And the MC Bomber gets updated again. Why, Phoenix? Why are you making a mess? I could see that those things would still be needed. It would be good to show in the court that hey, the victim was highly in debt. Look at these horse racing tickets. He was really in trouble. But instead Phoenix is making a mess and just spreading the tickets around. Oh well. Well, we should have everything we need, so let's go back to the... Oh yeah, we have to go through the square. And then we can go to the tender lender. And I think we should have everything we need, so let's actually present and start opening up the locks. And after this we are pretty much done. But I will do the unboxing thing which I promised after it. Like, I did promise it, so it will happen. And those that came with the raid, I have a box here. I was actually playing HeroClix and I was presented this box. The box is kind of large. It's the size of my tablet, except way thicker. I know it's gonna contain a figure and a map, but there has to be a lot of packing material if that's the only things that are in here. And I know that the figure is Deadpool, but that's all I know. So we're gonna see what it looks like after I'm done with the game. So this part we did get done before. So I will do this a tad faster. How far was it? Repair bill. Yeah, car accidents can easily get real bad. Person-wise, that is. Car-wise, in most occasions, the car is just totaled. It's either it's easy to fix or the car is totaled. There is rarely an in-betweener. With people, it's also usually like, oh, it's something you can heal up easily, or it's something you are gonna just have to live with it if you survive, that is. Like, it's her profile, right? I didn't get anything else, so I should be able to just present her profile because I know her name now. Like, my memory isn't complete on this, so note I might get things wrong occasionally. Plus, there are occasions when I remember that if you answer wrongly, you get something funny. Like, well, it's too late now because I gave the repair bill, right? But if you look at the VOD, you can see earlier in the stream, this very stream, that if I wouldn't have given out the repair bill at the first point and would have presented something else, she would have offered me a donut that's filled with jelly and and that was worth an achievement. You would easily guess if they would be known, they wouldn't be existing anymore. Well, here's the thing. I don't have any evidence for this, now don't I? And I don't remember that I would ever get the evidence for it. It's just a hint. And hopefully it's enough, otherwise I need to do this all over again and need to get the piece of evidence and redo this. But I don't remember it that they flat out give it to you. I remember that you need to just put the pieces together because, well, where is it? Because we know that this is a thing, and we know that this is his. It's already known that. Could it be that these events are connected? Yes. I didn't need anything special. Good. So that's not a motorbike, it's a moped. But the thing is, you can already guess, especially since what I've shown, that, well, the scooter is beat up, but it doesn't prove that it was that. It just proved that his scooter is messed up. But to be honest, to get a scooter this messed up, well, hold on. Let's actually think about this. To get hits here, it needs to be hit from this side, otherwise it won't crack like this. The mirror can easily be explained that if he would have been hit from this side, he fell over, and that's why the mirror is crooked. But how the hell this happened? Like, these overall are way too minor of injuries to be colliding with a car. Scooters like this are usually very, very light. I have lifted scooters like this to the back of my Doom buggy. Like, it has a, like a pickup truck pickup trucks have the thing at the end. I don't know what it's called in English, like the thing at the end of a pickup truck. If someone in the stream knows what that's called, because I'm missing the word in English for what that is. Yeah, my Doom buggy had one of those. It could fit 2 scooters easily. I never actually transported more than a single scooter or a smaller Doom buggy on it, but I have done that sometimes. It also had 2 seats in the front, so yeah, I have actually transported a person and their ride to a repair shop. And usually I got paid like 10, 15 euros. So, the least amount I think was just a bottle of a soda, but that was 6 euros in total because damn, that was expensive. I don't know why it was that expensive, but it just was. Normally that soda would be like 4.50. Guess they had a shortage or something, but let's move on. So yeah, it would be way more messed up. Even if this would be after repairs, like you can see some repair attempts, it wouldn't look anywhere near that good. And most likely it wouldn't be able to drive. But the thing is that if her grandfather is really the only one controlling all the, like, uncounted dark money in the area, his network is gonna be so high that your hospital bills, even if this is in the US, would be nothing to him. Because even when talking about a small place like back home, my hometown, it was counted that even there, they discovered a drug farm, like up in the north of the city, in an area that was like added to the city like at the dawn of the millennium. Well, not the dawn, the 2010s. I think it might even have been exactly 2010 when that city was added to be part of our city. Anyway, even alone that one drug farm had capital of multiple million euros moving about. That's a single drug farm. If someone controls all the illegal things in an area, the amount of millions, even in a small place, and this is meant to be a big city. So, yeah. So for this, I should have the profile. Yes, I have Bruto Cadaverini, 78. Yeah, did I actually get her age now? 25. She's way older than I expected. Because the circus case had so bad age differences. Like, the age difference here is bad, but it was way worse there. Way worse. $1 million. Like that showcases that, talking about the prices, this must have been like in Japanese, and that would seem high. But what I've been seeing of hospital bills in the US, 1 million isn't that much. Even a bee sting, just you getting minor treatment for a bee sting, it will still cost like $50,000. And that's a price nobody ever actually pays if they have insurance, because it just is big numbers for insurance companies. But if you don't have insurance, oh well, you are in debt for the rest of your life. And the amount of time, like, where you see how ridiculous and scummy the prices are, you look like a complimentary mint. They can literally state in the bill, complimentary mint, and they will still charge you $50 for that. In the US, you can get a full pallet of mints like that, for that price. Over here, you could get a box, like a single box of a mallet. But still, that's still a lot. It's been a long time since I was actually in the presence of a full box of any sort of candies. Like, when I was actually working at the store, they of course got their candies in those boxes. And from those boxes, like, well, when I was working, my job was usually at the time when the schools had the lunch break, when, well, the young one from the schools went to the store, and it's not like age racism, it was a very common thing that they tried to steal things because they wanted to show that they are tough and they are cool, they will steal things. I was put into good use because that was the point when I actually was set to go into the candy aisle and put the candies from the boxes to the shelves. There were nobody caught stealing when I was working there. People avoided the candy section when I was working. They didn't want to get caught because I didn't look happy when I was doing that, because it was really pack killing. The candy aisle was like way down compared to others, so it was very back killing, so I was never ever cheery when working there. I was usually cheery when working with the frozen sector. Like not in the room itself, because that was a tad too cold. But like when they brought ice cream and stuff, you get to work next to the place where customers get the ice creams. That was a lovely like temperature over there, always. Not that the air conditioning sucked in the store, it was quite good. But it did get hot in the summer, of course. Usually near the windows and in the back room. You can really feel for her. Like, she really wanted to believe the tiger was there for her and not because of her grandfather. It would be devastating when you're just forced to come to the terms that no, it's her grandfather, the only reason. It just really would be devastating, maybe too devastating. Not in London. I'm not playing the Great Ace Attorney, although I do want to play it after the stream, but not on stream. I think maybe if I keep streaming for a couple more years, maybe in a couple years I will stream the Great Ace Attorney games. Maybe when I actually get them on Steam. Because I am tempted to have them on Steam as well. I have the Switch copy, but they didn't make a physical copy for PC, didn't they? That would be the point. I definitely get it if they had a physical copy, but I don't think they have. like, you have missed a lot, so it's hard for me to recap everything. Like, the main thing which is happening right now is that Viola was... Oh, okay. So, Viola was just forced to come to terms that Tiger was actually there to take care of her just because of her grandfather. Her grandfather is a mob boss. So Tiger was only, showing affection, spending money on her just to keep her grandfather in good terms. So yeah, Pyra is very devastated right now. And I can relate. The amount of times when I've discovered that I've only been allowed to be in a situation because of someone else, it's not fun. In Violet's case, it's way more severe because we're talking about a relationship. Yes, the offer you cannot refuse. But yeah, for US, $1 million for cranial surgery, that sounds way too little. Even if that would be like the non-infiltrated cost, 1 million for critical cranial surgery is quite little. Well, she's always looking very grim, and I love that about her. Like, the game is really trying to put all the baskets, all the apples in the basket that, yep, she's like the character I should show affection towards in the series, but no. There hasn't been one in any game or movie ever which I really, clicked. But the game is really trying with her. Phoenix, shouldn't you add a couple more things? Because if you poison someone, it's always a betrayal. Like, it doesn't matter, even if you do the poisoning in secret, you are still betraying the trust of that person at that point. You might do it completely faceless, but you are still taking advantage of that. So they are way too related. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You are still betraying them because they are expecting just to be fed. Poisoning is always a hidden way to kill someone, a faceless. The only way when poisoning is not is when you are actively doing it. Like if you're shooting them with a dart, or stabbing them with something, or pricking them with a spike. Those are way more direct. And then I wouldn't call it to be even a poison, I would just say that it's a flat out killing. It's a different form of afflicting the poison. And just a note, darts are usually the best way. There are darts that can melt into your skin, and you can make the darts be tipped in aesthetics that you cannot even notice that you've been hit. Those are super effective. Just saying it. Just saying it. But like I said, you are like how to explain it in simple manner. It doesn't matter like the way you're killing someone. They're like killings usually go into the form of, is it a flat out back killing or frontal killing? Are you killing someone suddenly or out of the face out? Face out killing would be you are drawing a gun in front of someone and shooting them. A back way killing, a hidden killing, would be you would be sniping someone from afar. So they are in form of betrayal killings every time you kill someone in a way that they don't expect it to come. They cannot see it coming. It's a surprise to them. Because you are you're betraying their expectations. It's not a direct betrayal. If you are just doing it flat out. There are people that flat out poison food without even knowing who's gonna eat it. Okay, that's it's not flat out betrayal, but it's very much connected to it. You are making the killing completely unseen. You're trying to do the killing without giving any notice of it. It is in a way betrayal. You're cheating their life away in a way. Like I said, there's always two sides to killings. It's either face front or face back. There is no in between. You either let the target know, yep, you're gonna die now, or you are not. One way or another. And of course, the hidden ways are preferable in every consideration. But if we would ask Korn about it, you need to scream out loud it's gonna happen before it happens, or Korn is gonna be mad. With Jeans it would be the other way around. If you make your intention clear, Jeans is not gonna be happy. But anyway. Rarely you want to hurt someone with poisoning. With poisoning, you almost always want to kill them. There's only so few occasions when somebody poisons someone just to hurt them. Phoenix. Don't throw away things you don't own. Don't throw away things that could be important. But this has happened so many times before. I think I needed to just go back at this point. Yeah, nothing changes. I remember there being something in Dress BN. So, yep, it happens. Look who's here. The famous Xineohp. And the title is gonna finally pay off. You waited all the way to here, and the title is gonna happen. We're gonna have our cage match. And Maya has gone under tables during these episodes far more times than usual. did he know that we have them, though? If he was spying on us right then, shouldn't he have tried to lie his way out? Ooh. Ooh. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't think she's in an earshot. The amount of danger you put yourself in by saying that. It's very high, very high. I understand that Armstrong is very much being coerced to this, but I have a very hard time seeing that he's actually capable of doing anything. Especially how he's not even able to demolish that rose. The amount of petals that are going away, but the rose isn't gone yet. And this is canonically, is this like the 6th time Phoenix is getting beaten up? Like, hold on, I'm trying to count. In the games alone, this is the 3rd. 3rd or 4th. It really depends, do you count that one occasion as a beatdown or not. But then there's 2 other that happen in between in the manga. So yeah, Phoenix in the end gets beaten up a surprising amount of times in the trilogy. Meanwhile, I don't remember him getting beat up in the future games. At least I don't remember. What would your guard up have even done in this situation? Nothing. But you could, like, even if Gumshoe wouldn't arrive in this scene, the thing is, he could have gone and contacted her again and asked, hey, can you ask the hospital for other copies of the papers? Because they have to keep the papers. They could give her other copies. If nothing else, she could have gone to her grandfather and like, I need new copies of the papers. They're important, please. And he would have made sure that they are there. They wouldn't have been gone forever. Like, that's the thing. There might not have been enough time, but it shouldn't have taken that long. Well, Gumshoe, if you're on there, well, not much would change her with her after all, but yeah, Gumshoe is really not taking the notice that he's a cop. Both of those guys would get jailed so hard and had no way out if they would beat Gumshoe up. The only occasions where they could get rid of Gumshoe if our mob boss would get along with it, but with the information we have, you can imagine that connection is gonna go sour. And yeah, that's the episode done. To Good 2.5 hours more than I expected because I've been talking so much today. I totally didn't expect I would talk so much today. And let's return to our usual save slot. And boom. And haha. I'm not gonna show anymore. Just... there we go. Game is closed. And yeah. Before quitting, I promised to unbox the box, so I'm gonna open it. There is one line of tape that goes all the way around the box. It's quite thick. And it's actually branded by the WizKids. Organized Play Program. It says, do not... Huh? What? It's hard to read because it cuts in the middle. Let's see. For... I can't read that. Under license agreement, not for resale. I did mention that there is only one company which I know that had these things, and they just flat out sell them on their websites. And I've been led to understand that's the only company that gets them in the country. So the fact that this box says that they aren't for resale and they are only reselling them. That's sadly most like promo things in this country though. They just get resold because the companies even getting them over here have to usually buy them from companies that are selling them illegally. So they just end up selling them as well. Which is like, why bother doing that illegal thing when your profits on that are low? And yeah, the figure is Deadpool, as I was led to understand. But it's not a Deadpool with a party hat. It's a Deadpool emerging from a cake. And whoa, this figure is actually tall. There's the way to open it. Let's get it out of the package. I might actually keep this package for it because I've been told that it might be a tad easy to break. So like this dial is like very high. It's like the size of two dials on top of each other. And then the figure on a large cake. Made in the 90s, says a speech bubble coming from Deadpool. It's a very good looking figure. Deadpool has ranged attack. X-Men keyword. Team ability, I mean, unsurprisingly. Then let's look at the card. He costs 60 points, so he doesn't cost that much. 5 clicks. Starts with 9 movement, 11 power, 18 toughness, 3 damage. Team ability, team player, and X-Men, so he has 2. I never had a figure that has 2 team abilities before. Then let's see how his, skills. So, keywords, Deadpool Corps, Thunderbolts, Weapon, X-Force, X-Men, Assassin. I do want to try to make an Assassin team, so... Well, I have on member number 3 for that now. I don't have a lot of hero clicks yet, so... Let's see. Because I'm very new with hero clicks, I don't remember all of these things. But from what I understand, there are 2 star abilities, and because the star abilities are white, he should always have these, right? So, got everyone goodie bags. Let's see what it does. So, at the beginning of the game, give each friendly character a goodie bag token and roll a d6. So, and they get an effect based on that. So 1 to 2 balloons, 3, remove the token and gain flight until end of the turn. That's cool. Cake, 3, remove the token, heal 2 clicks. And then 5 to 6, illegal weapons, 3, modify damage +1. I think, like, since I don't know that much about real tactics and everything, Flight and Heal seems way more stronger than just +1 damage. And then there's another Katanas and Pinatas, Blades, Claws, Fangs. When a friendly character KOs an opponent character, give them a goodie bag token. Wait, what? So you can get even more goodie bags? This Deadpool seems bonkers. Unfortunately, he does have X-Force and X-Men. So maybe at some point I could make an X-Men theme. Like, let's see. X-Men I have at the moment. I have one Wolverine. Now I have Deadpool. I don't... Oh yeah. No, wait. I don't think the Magneto I have the X-Men keyword, though. So... I don't have many members for it. Well, he starts with stealth, and it becomes charge after getting 2 hits. Then his attack is energy explosion, that after 2 hits becomes quake. Then his defense is combat reflexes, that in 2 hits become regeneration. And he always have probability control. Damn. Like, at a quick glance, this might be one of the best figures I have now. And like I said, I don't have many. I barely just started the game, so... Oh, wait. There's another thing in this pack. There's a piece of... I didn't know this. There's a piece of the cake here. I think this is meant to be a separate piece, because it's completely loose. Huh. I have to ask, is this an error or not? Because this is a slice of a cake. There's only one of these slices. And if I put it onto the cake, like, there's no way it can attach. There's nothing that will attach it. It would still miss a slice. So... And it will cover the dial. It doesn't matter which way I put it in, it would cover the dial. So I understand why it's loose. But... Why is this a thing, though? It's a single piece. What am I meant to do with that? If it meant to be like one of those tokens, why give me only one? It didn't come with any tokens, so I'm that confused. Why one piece of loose not candy, fucking cake? And yeah, there is no packing material in here. There is like just 2 pieces of cardboard that somehow contained the figure and this map in place. Okay, let's look at what the map looks like. Since I'm very new, I don't know how well to use maps and everything yet. I've been using the Empire maps now because them being like solid cardboard pieces instead of like paper are so much more convenient. I just like to use them. I haven't really played with any other map I own. I have a couple. I have one from Yu-Gi-Oh! One from Masters of Evil starter pack, and the Empire one. And now I have this. Just want to open it without it getting... Oh, these always surprise me that they are a tad larger than I expect. Like when fully opened. There is some static electricity on it, so it's hard to open without making it rip. So I'm just trying to be that careful with it. It is 2-sided, so we have 2 maps in one. Let's see, the first one I'm seeing looks a bit officey, but I think it might be the bridge of the helicarrier. I have it upside down, it seems, so let's turn it around so I can see what it actually says. Starcore Space Station Indoor. Starscore? Okay. Oh, there are pieces where you can actually see space. But yeah, it's in the formation that the helicarrier is in many series, so I'm not surprised. Star Score Space Station. I didn't expect to get a thing like this with Deadpool. There are a couple layers, there are a couple walls. I don't think it has any special rules, at least nothing is written anywhere here. So, where are the starting zones? Where are the starting zones? I can't find where you deploy. Okay, I need to check this somewhere else. I can't recognize where are the starting zones. Unless they are up there, which would be quite odd that both players start up near each other in separate rooms. Then let's switch it around and see what's the other side. Oh yeah, of course the other side is upside down from that, so I have to turn it around again. This is Abandoned Weapon X Facility Indoor. Well, now this makes much more sense with Deadpool. Like, it would make way more sense with Wolverine, but it also makes sense with Deadpool. And yeah, this is kind of what you would expect from the X-Men movies. Like, the place kind of looks like the Wolverine just left the facility into the snow. Like, there's a tiny bit outside. Doors have been busted out. Again, I don't know where player starts because I can't see the starting positions. There's no special rules on this either, at least it's not written or shown, and there are no cards. There's a couple layers that are above, but yeah, these are cool looking maps. But like I said, I like the solid map so much more. I most likely will end up just always playing with those when I can choose the map. Or if I get my hands on one of those cloth maps, maybe I will start using those occasionally as well, because those are even more convenient. And of course the bag where the map was in says keep it away from babies. And playpens. That's a line I usually don't see. But yeah. Like, I'm super happy. I was just given this figure just because I came to play. This flat out gave me the figure. I thought that this would be like something you would need to attend a pre-release or a release or something. Because I know that events for HeroClix exists in the US, but well, I don't know another place other than the game store where I go to where they even play the game. Back home they don't even get any of the products. They did back in the day, but nobody bought them over there, so there is no players over there. So it's gonna be sad if I move back there at some point, because I wouldn't have anyone to play with. Although I do, like, the two starters I have enough like figures that there is for two players to have a team. No options on the team, but a team at least. So at least I could, if someone would learn the rules, I could play the game. And they come with these campaign sort of things. At some point I really want to play those, because there is like a scenario. If a player A wins, you go to scenario B. If player B wins, you go to scenario D. Things like that. I do want to at some point try those out. It seems fun. But yeah. I would like to thank everyone so much for joining today. And Scarf for raiding. And the raiders for being here. It was lovely. It was quite quiet before that. These streams usually are. I'm quite late in streaming Ace Attorney, although I'm far ahead from many that I know that have streamed them. But usually people want to just stick by with a single person, so it's understandable. This ended up being that quiet. But yeah. So, next time you're gonna see me is most likely gonna be on Monday. I will be here on the weekend, but I'm doubtful that I will find the energy and the slot to have an extra stream. Maybe. The month has changed, so maybe. Have to see, but most likely not. So I will be back on Monday. Usual time. Continuing and finishing off with the Dawn of War Winter Assault. Like, depending on if I go through the Disorder campaign fast enough, then I might do the alternative path for the Order campaign. If it takes me longer than that campaign did, then I'm just gonna leave it at that. Because I don't think there's gonna be that much special things shown with taking the other path. I'm not sure, but I would assume that it's nothing that special. Then on Tuesday, I'm gonna continue with the final expansion of Heroes 5, the Tribes of the East. It's like I'm gonna have to roll back a save. Because, well, now I know that I have an extra month to go by, so we're gonna skip some turns, get some troops, win that battle, get on with the next mission. Like, I don't remember there being any painful missions in that campaign, and it could be that back then I didn't care about time limits, so I didn't suffer with it. And after that, it's gonna be the next week Thursday. So we're gonna continue with this case and finish with this case because, well, unsurprisingly, we have a court session and, well, that's gonna be it. So yeah. To those who actually aren't in the Discord, let me quickly do this. There we go. There's the invite link. So you can catch up on things, join up on events and everything. And yeah. Anyone have suggestions for raid, or do I just call it? Because at a quick glance I can't see anyone, so I might just call it. Call it here. Yeah, let's just call it here. I need to unpack the rest of the things I hoard today as well. So yeah, again, everyone, thanks so much for joining. I'll see you guys later. Bye for now.